up, buds? Welcome to WeeD&D, the pot positive live tabletop role-playing experience. I am your dungeon master for the night, Brandon Allen McClenahan. But my buds, and God I love them, they call me Bam. Thank you guys so much for being here. In case you didn't know, it is our finale sesh of our now 19 plus months of storytelling, this incredible epic tale with 5 of my favorite human beings in the world, as well as just a team of artists that have contributed so much to the show. I have told myself I'm not going to get too sentimental and sappy today because it's really about doing the thing that we're here to do, and that is to play some fucking Dungeons & Dragons, the greatest game ever made. And I gotta say, guys, this project has meant the world to me, and I am just so thankful that you guys are here, and man, are we ready to tell you a sick-ass fucking story. There are a lot of questions going on about what's to come. Don't worry, the channel itself, we will probably be taking a break. Maybe 1 week, maybe 2. It just depends on my mental well-being after ending this tale. And I have a bunch of work stuff coming up, so maybe 2 weeks off. But when we come back, we'll be doing, I might be running some one-shots, doing monster mashes, maybe a little DM Q&A, some DM prep stuff, maybe a traditional video game stream or two, maybe bring some of these beautiful buds over into the studio and have some fun on the sticks. But yes, with our plan on bringing about the world of Ganjaria, and as dedicated as I can be to it right now, sometime in January. So hang with us, guys. WeeD&D ain't going nowhere. In fact, we're just getting started, motherfuckers. If you like what we're doing now, I just wait till you get these live performers in a room together. It is sheer magic every time. That's why this team was built. I love this team. I love you guys. I love D&D. I'm so fucking pumped to be where we are and to have done what we've done, and I'm extremely grateful to everybody in the community, all the people across the various socials. We're on all of them. Discord really honestly brings me so much joy all the time. Thanks to everybody who's been dropping some really kind words in there. I've probably cried 10 times this week. So thank you guys. It does mean the world to me that this little piece of magic has resonated with so many people. So thanks to you guys who have helped us spread the word. Thanks to my fucking favorite people who've helped me build this. And just thanks for fucking being good. Be a positive force in the world, man. Just be happy. Be yourself. Do what you like to do. And hopefully seeing us do that might help make that a little easier. I could feel it already. I'm getting that little emotional thing in my throat where I'm about to start crying, so I'm going to stop. I am going to get us to my favorite part of this show, which is, of course, playing Dungeons & Dragons with my favorite people in the world. But in order to do so, I got to pass this magic joint through the fibers of the interwebs to my dear and wonderful friend, Brenna Folger. Hey, Brenna. How you doing, girl?
Bam, I'm doing great. I'm so grateful for you. Thanks for reaching out and being like, hey, you want to play some D&D with some friends and also smoke weed?
That was the pitch.
Yeah, that was the pitch. Easy sell. Done. And it's been history ever since. Oh my goodness, I am so excited to bring this baby home. All the different questions that I've asked at the beginning of every episode, I've sprung them on you last minute. This one, I mean, we can all just kind of assume. I think my favorite moment that we've had so far is when we did and I can't wait to do more of that tonight. Let's do this, guys. It's Tuesday. Abby, what's going on, girl? What's your favorite moment?
Oh, thank you, Brenna. Oh my gosh. Abby Dandy. Happy to be here, but y'all might know me a little bit better as Tynna Smoothhands. Man, what a friggin' wild ride it's been. I'm so happy to have had this opportunity to connect with this awesome bunch of buds and play D&D with my friends. Oh my God, it's so fun. But thinking about my favorite moment, I mean, there's been so many, right? There's been so many, I could say mole eggs, just bringing joy to you guys, you know. But I gotta say, the first time we met Glorp really rocked my world. So I'm gonna go with Glorp. What about you, Drew?
Yes!
Oh, thanks, baby. What up, y'all? If you don't know me by now, Drew, Thoricus the dwarf, Shorty and 40, doing it up. You guys celebrated a lot with us. Oh, some of these right here. Oh, Papa's angry. Oh, he brought guns to the fucking gun show, y'all. It's the final showdown, and God, what a fucking ride. You know, some of the wisest people on earth always said, it's not how you travel down the road of life. Just enjoy the ride. And I couldn't have been here without you guys, and it's been the best thing that I've ever had in my life. So, best friend, I love you. Always have. Thanks for the Rocky Talkies. My best moment in the show.
Hell yeah. I got you, boy. I got you. I love you too. And damn it, I love that. I love so many moments of this amazing show. Jake Taylor here. Jake and Bake as Riel Othravan, level 11 Arcane Trickster Rogue. And I just remember going down to, it was before the studio was even like fully done. Like the idea was still being brewed. I was hanging out with Bam and Sean. And we were watching Portugal the Man videos, high off our asses. And I first got the rundown of what Weed&d was going to be. And I'm like, hey, I don't know how to play the game, but you know, if you need somebody, I'm more than down. Leave it to me to be surprised when I hear from Brandon and he wants me to join this cast. And he's like, don't you worry about not knowing how to play. We're going to get you there. So I got to learn and play this incredible game with some of the most fantastic people who I feel like our friendships have grown so much from this. And we're doing this through a computer, so I can't wait to be in the same room doing more of this. But first, we got to put this chapter to a close. You guys actually had my favorite moments that I was thinking of. They were just like, oh, well, check. Blorp, yep, Rocky Talkies. So there's so many favorite moments, but I'm going to have to stick with for Elmira. And this is for Gus.
Oh, thank you very much, Wakey, Eggs and Jakey. I super appreciate that. I am your boy, Gus. Multiple blunts, Langley. We might be here a while. So I'm going to be playing Divot, the Lightning Dodger, the Death Dealer, yada, 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 yada. He's got some names. He's not Bruno, but he's got some names. But I really am excited about, everybody was mentioning what their favorite moment was. Mine hasn't happened yet. I can't promise that it will or won't happen, but I may have challenged Joe Manganella to a fist fight over a case of liquid death. I sent him my name and address and told him where I would be at this time. We will see what happens. I am ready. I don't know if he can handle it.
I think he's afraid. Personally, I think he's scared.
That's what I heard. You know who isn't scared? My man Bam. He's got my back. Here we go.
Hit! Ooh, 72 times it made it back. What a magical place the internet is. Oh, my friends, what is my favorite? You couldn't possibly. These are my children at this point, man. It's as somebody who doesn't have children, I'm sure I'm using that wrong. But man, I've said it. I've been lucky enough to interview on a couple other shows, and when this question has been posited to me, I did indeed answer that Tynna casting off the god Tharizdun and shunning the god that delivers her powers was such a fucking cool moment as a DM, as somebody. But really, my favorite thing in this show comes from that, and it comes from a lot of what these guys have said just now. It's like watching you guys grow with these characters and seeing, you know, we're all entertainers, but it's like to see the decisions being less about getting the moment and more about being truthful to that moment. And these shattering sundials and casting blades into people and burning churches and, you know, the crazy things that have got us to here. That is my favorite. this game is amazing for so many reasons. And to me, one of them is the fact that there's so much chance. The dice dictate so much of what succeeds or fails. But for me, man, 72 weeks of no failures, of just feeling connected to this thing. I think D&D connects to the ancient tradition of storytelling that's a part of how we've passed knowledge along to each other. We've learned morals and myths through these stories, and D&D gives us the chance to step into those characters and test our own morality and see what matters to us. And in that sense, I have learned a ton from the Ferocious Five, this journey and just what friendship and magic and a little bit of cannabis can do for you. So that's my favorite part. This very much was an experiment when we first started, and when the first 5 people I wanted on my list all said yes, it hasn't stopped since, and it's not going to. So thank you guys so much. I fucking love you. I'm getting all emotional. Which I'm sure will happen many times throughout this sesh. But we do have us a little ritual we like to do around here. Maybe you've heard about it, maybe you haven't, but we like to take a lighter, like this little yellow guy right here. Make sure we're not going to light any of our friends, family, or household pets on fire and go. Lighters up. Ooh, let's play some fucking D&D, guys.
So load up bowl and make a roll to take control. WeeDnD.
Ooh. All right, guys. Oh, man. I'm getting... all right. We're doing it live. If you will please allow me to set the mood. When last we left the Ferocious Five, they stood within the walled city of Nombuldir. After setting the Fellsworn army on their path toward the Skyshine Peaks, the 5 bid farewell to their allies within their ranks. Sumner reinforced his pride in Rial, and Thoricus and Tynna shared a beautiful moment on the beach, just before the Queen Anne set off for the walled city. News of Shren Oldbuck auctioning the Luck Blade and the presence of Bejita Salefist were all the 5 needed to set their course. But upon arrival at the shores nearest the city, they laid their eyes upon the decimated bodies of the drowned hounds. To sneak into the city, Rial started a bonfire on the thatched roofs inside, while Toko the Hatchet and the spectral crew of the Queen Anne bombarded the ports with cannonballs. Once inside, the 5 befriended a Syndicate member named Johnny, who told them where both Bejita and Shren could be found. So close to the final acorn of Sithis' power, Divot could contain himself no longer, and chewed down the phallus of the shadow dragon Exonius and connected with the evil tome that had imprisoned Greyland within his own nightmares. Filled with tremendous demonic power, Divot transformed and pulled Bejita Salefist within the realm of nightmares. All right, guys. We... Get you over there. Jump back in. You know, we stand inside the bar, which looks eerily familiar to the exact same bar from which we started our journey so very long ago. Maybe with a little better maps work, if I do say so myself. But you all stand within this bar. Brunor, you shielded with illusionary magics which allow you to be invisible, standing nearby the slain bartender that lies on the wooden floor, no mind being paid to him by the gamblers and ruffians that populate the bar around you. You know, sitting so close you can almost smell his heavy dwarven musk, is Bejita Salefist, whose mind is currently connected to this tether, similar to what you saw with Greyland in the book, this strange tether which connects to a nightmarish creature which hovers in the room. Now, Brunor, you realize this transformation in Divot just before he made it, and so you know this is indeed Divot, although you have never seen him this way before. Where his face would be underneath his hood is a burning green electrical, just pure arcane energy. A large skull face floats among his tattered robes that kind of flow around him as this cosmic power just courses through his veins. You see all these tethers, you know, one to each of the minds of the members in the bar, as well as one that goes to Bejita, 13 in number. You see the kind of like awestruck faces of your allies behind you, having seen Divot step out of the bag, eating the old dragon's dong before his transformation. You see the eyes of all the minds linked to these tethers are just somewhat blank, similar to what you saw with Greyland. Their bodies start writhing around as if they're experiencing some sort of nightmare of their own. And from there, and I'm going to jump over, we enter the mind of Divot, who stands amongst the nightmare plane that you just recently stood in, the strange stone or wooden bridge that arcs between the light places and the shadowy darkness, the mists of memories that wither in the air all around you. Divot, you stand floating above the bridge itself, and you feel in a moment almost like that nightmare shepherd looming over the minds, these fragile, mortal beings that sit around you, all save one, Bejita Salefist, who turns as if not fully affected by this magic and speaks to you. I thought I'd have to be fighting Thoricus, but I guess I gotta go through you first. And he hefts up his giant axe, and for a moment, time stands still. Divot, you realize you have much more mastery over this plane than you did even the last time that you were here. You watch as the minds of all the souls around you start to wither, except for Bejita, who moves almost in slow motion before you. His gray, withered hair with its many magnificent braids, golden bardings on his armor, extravagantly showing off, very presentationally, just how much of a man of honor he is, with the many prideful symbols of the army of Kumara, Centurion of Elmira, and his own, just kind of heavy dwarvish clout. But you see him, almost moving through this rift in time, where Divot, as you kind of feel this cosmic confluence, similar to when you floated in the plane of death and were connected to the all places, but this extreme power fills your fingertips. Divot, what do you do?
Okay. I want that acorn so bad. It's the last one and I can taste it. I can taste that nut. I want it. That being said, his life is not mine to take. And although 13 is my favorite number, I would like to hold on to the other 12 minds as hard as I can, and I'd like to eject him back into the real world.
Dope. Yeah, give me that sweet Tilda Swinton, Doctor Strange. Fucking, you see him, his axe is moving. You can watch his eyes almost move in real time as he watches you just float up to him. Your hand's kind of brimming with this green arcane energy, and you just put your hand right on his chest, right above the symbol of Kulmara that means so much to some and so little to others. You suddenly kind of fill his chest with arcane energy and blast his spirit back to the realm of men. Divot, you look around you and you see as he's kind of removed, he punches out of the way, and you see that swelling of, now these Syndicate members are not, warriors of virtue like you guys or anybody else, and they wither rather quickly. You watch Divot as you're literally drawing the life essence out of each one of them. This cold kind of creeping darkness flowing into your fingertips. And then we switch back. It is Puppet Tail, and we switch back to the bar in the city of Nombul Deer, and all at once, you guys actually watch. Even in this reality, Divot moves forward, and his spectral hand sets upon the chest of Bejita Salefist, and you see his body at once as the severed tie, or the tie between his mind and Divot's, is severed. You see Bejita Salefist comes back into his body. Thoricus, you see him only swayed for a moment. He doesn't even, he has so much strength he won't even go to one knee, but you see his whole body buckle for a moment, but he catches himself. And even though he's surrounded by this cosmic energy and all this varied commotion, the magical waves, you can feel as his heavy eyes look up and split the gray hairs of his forehead and stare right at you. Well, Stone Reaver. And he moves his body, and you hear the great shifting of his metal plates. He reaches for his giant axe that sits at his side, a blade 3 feet from curve to hook, and he hoists it up on his shoulder. You got some powerful friends now, but do you got what it takes? And he drops the hatchet into his hands. Your former wife says hello. Your parents grew sick and died. Probably of shame. What say you, Stone Reaver? Do you even have any defense for your own damnable actions? Or are you just a coward, like we all said?
It's good to see that you've kept the weight off and stayed so fit. Glad you brought your one-sided axe to this fight. Someone looks pretty foolish right now. Thank you for the update on my ex-wife and parents. I tried to write, but obviously too scared. God, this is weird. You want a bar fight? What do you think?
You see, he kind of takes his big axe and he runs his thumb along the edge. Yeah. I think she's ready, boy. He steps forward and, everybody's kind of like, oh, as you see these great, two dwarvish generals kind of flexing off with each other. Thoricus, do you want to, bring him into the bar or take him outside?
Oh, hell's bells. Why don't we take this outside? Like a couple of generals. We'll let these guys sort this out.
All right, let me do a little real quick. I'm just gonna move you over here so I can copy you over. All right, Thoricus, you kind of grimace at him and, don't give him the honor of a reply. You turn your back to him, you know what I mean? You just start walking out the double doors to the area out front. I'm actually just gonna bring you guys out of the way here. So you two, I'm gonna keep you on this map just because it's easier. But you guys step outside the front doors. The big double doors kick open again. You feel the hurling nightmarish energy of this strange demonic form of divot behind you. But Rial, you as well, as you feel that acorn, that heartbeat. Divot, even you in the plane of nightmares, kind of attuned to that heartbeat within him. Drawing you both towards your kind of destiny with this last fragment of Sithis' power, save he himself. And Rial, you see as the two of them step out in front of you. Thoricus, I'm gonna go ahead. You get to go first, bud. You kind of square off. You see he sets his axe in front of him, and he's like, double-sided axe. Probably slows you down. And he hefts his blade up. He spits at your feet. Let's see what you got.
Well, Boss Hog, I dig your 3-foot one-sided axe. I brought 4 sides to this fight. Let's see what happens.
All right. So Thoricus, you're gonna go first in this. We're gonna treat this like a pretty standard combat encounter. But yes, you see the this kind of. Like you've stated, it's like the rivalry between you two is mostly on his side. Like you thought very little as far as what he was being forced to endure, as you were swayed with the favor of Beckus. Sorry, my just in time, my D&D Beyond crashed. So there we go. So yes, go ahead, Thoricus. You stand before him. It's again, he's kind of expecting the fighting style of the Kulmaran Stone Reavers, and you've now learned kind of an alacrity, a quick battle style that allows you to kind of move about the battlefield in a much more fluid way if you've honed your skills. So you get the drop on him. What do you do?
Right. So I'm gonna just reach on back and pull the ladies out and just do a couple of 1-2s and whatever. Separated. You got to keep them separated. Right. And I did roll a 25, a 13, a 22, and a 28. So I'm pretty sure.
All right. So you see, you come at him.
At least 1 hits.
Yeah. You the first strike, Thoricus. You come through and you know, the blade, again, you're so quick, you see his eyes kind of look, and you see, again, he's kind of aged. Like, you remember him being younger than you, and he seems much older than you. And so it's like his reflexes aren't quite as fast, and perhaps this showy armor that he has, you know, dulls his reaction a bit, perhaps if he wasn't so bragatory. You know, you see the kind of, the axe flies at him, and you catch him right in the heft of the arm, you know, and he almost drops the great axe for a moment. You know, you think, pretty easy. So you follow through with the second strike of Lucille, you know, named for the woman that he stole from you. And as the blade comes through, suddenly you see his eyebrow raises and he kind of smiles. And he, like you to so many people have done before, faints, being defenseless, and as you come in, he just ducks under the other axe. You see him kick the bottom of the giant blade. It swings around his backside, and just like you, with your miss on the second swing, he riposts, and he comes at you with an attack of his own. Sorry. 19, yeah, that's probably gonna be it. What's your AC, Thoricus? Just we can say
19.
19, okay, so that's what he rolled. He gets plus 9, so 28 AC. Whoosh, you see the axe swings around and it blasts you with a riposte attack similar to your own fighting style. He blasts you for 22 slashing damage, hooking you in the side. Now he suddenly starts to go on the offensive, but you utilize your own finesse and you start the kind of like whirling dervish fight of your new battle style. The 22 AC strikes, the 28 AC strikes for another 14 more damage. You see, the blows are breaking off of his armor, and you see you kind of like first strike just to like burn it into him. You strike right on the crest of the seal of Kulmara and split the plate of armor that it sets upon, you know, almost as if, you know, calling him unworthy of such a position. So yeah, you blast him. Your 3 hits did hit. He did manage to pop off and get you with a riposta. And so he, ooh, yeah.
Yeah, baby. You bring riposta to a Papa Sketty party? You look so fucking foolish right now.
The two battle masters fighting each other is too cool for me. All right, so yes, you were damaged by a melee attack, so you can use a reaction and spend one of your superiority die to reduce the damage by your superiority dice plus your dex modifier. So go ahead and give me that roll.
Boom! Plus.
Is it? You're up to D10s now? I just want to double check. You're at D10s for your superiority die?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
And my dex is a 3, so that'd be 13.
Nice. You know, again, he thinks he's got this upper hand. You know, he feints and dodges to the side, coming back with another attack. And as the giant axe comes down, you know, you use the little bit more mobility you have by dual wielding these axes to kind of like deflect it away. But it swings with tremendous strength, Thoricus. This dude is like, hits like a brick shithouse. And you see the slice comes by and still manages to cut through a little of your guard and, you know, chink a little bit of your armor. And, you son of a. All right. So it's a term in fantasy. I don't mean it like that.
What is Ute?
All right. So Thoricus, you know, as you kind of end your barrage against him, you see, you know, he kind of smiles, you know, perhaps finally happy to be besting blades with you. He watches you spin around a little bit and do, you know, your little whirling dervish effect. And he's like, what are you gonna do, dance, boy? Are we fighting? And he kind of like puts his foot out, catches where your foot is about to go, and stops you mid-motion. He puts his foot down and you see him, he breathes in and he gets a little bit of that like, that little bit of a DBZ moment where he second wins himself and restores some of his hit points. You see the mark that you'd cut into his side almost starts to heal at the swelling of this martial energy that he's gathered. And he's going to come at you as well. Now, he doesn't get the 4th strike, but here come 3 attacks, mon frere.
I just wanted to ask about the parry maneuver that's supposed to take a number of hit points off of whatever damage was done to me.
Correct. Yeah, so you would add you would subtract 13 from the damage he did to you, from 22. So 9.
Okay. What's that?
So 9 would be all you took.
Oh, okay.
For those of you at home, mon frere is French for motherfucker.
I thought mon frere was my father.
All right, so you see, you know, he's after challenging your fight style, he hits a 28 AC, a 24 AC, and a 1. Oh, roll. First of the night. It's always good when they roll them, right?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, well, again, Thoricus, unmatched is the fighting style of the Stone Reavers, other than these modifications that you've put. He gets you off your rhythm, and he kind of drops the base end of the axe into your stomach. And then again, you see him kind of using this technique where he gets the motion of the axe moving on one side of himself, carries it around his back, and then catches you with the momentum of the blade, amplifying his own strength. Again, you can't help but be a little impressed at how well he can match your axe style with his axe style. The two strikes Thoricus are 44 damage. You feel the tremendous weight of this momentum shift, as if he's starting to use your momentum against you as well. Those of you onlooking see Thoricus just take a big axe in the gut, and then finally he turns to swing at you, Thoricus, and you still have more vigor. You dodge blow his last, the one that he got a 1 on. So he whiffs over the top of you with another blade of the axe. Divot, in your mind, you're kind of floating in that nightmare realm, and you're sucking the last life out of these Syndicate members, as you're kind of now you have this power in your hand right now, Divot. You realize you're kind of drinking, almost like a vampire compelled to suck the life force from these creatures. There's an evil in you right now that is enjoying this. Do you wish to continue and destroy the life essences of all of them, or what would you like to do?
Okay, so I'm almost done drinking all these dudes, right? So what I want to happen, if I may, is I'm going to turn to all of them and I'm going to be like, give your souls willingly or face the alternative.
All right, give me a persuasion check with advantage. You are the Shepherd of Nightmares. While you're rolling that out. Yeah. Rial, again, just kind of standing nearby watching your friend, have this fight. You still hear that beating acorn within him that's calling to you, part of your purpose within the world. But your high perception, Rial, suddenly your elvish ears kind of twitch a little bit, and you hear, Thoricus! And you're like, what the? And you kind of turn around behind you, and you see kind of emerging from the shadows all around the corners of this little street area. You see a bunch of Syndicate thugs, top hats, black leather coats, puffy white shirts with puffy white sleeves, most of them smoking cigars. One of them's got a flask hanging out that he's taking swigs off of. The dark, tireless eyes of people always working in the shadows that, aren't so used to stepping out in the daylight like they are right now. You see them as they all kind of emerge from the shadows behind you, and suddenly you see two of them throw down the figure of Toko the Hatchet. He lands in the dirt, and his mouth is bound, his hands ripped behind him. And you see he kind of lands on his face a little bit, and he looks up and he's calling out, Thoricus! Thoricus! You kind of hear the chuckles and laughter of the present. You kind of look around. It's like, God, there's got to be at least 15 of these Syndicate thugs just rolling around. You don't notice any kind of leader or anything. No signs of the Argovian battle mages, but just these kind of Syndicate thugs all gathered around you. You kind of turn, and suddenly you see materialize in the street, just like he disappeared from you the last time you saw him. Standing there with his with a big giant. Damn it, my pipe's over there. I'm gonna get it.
Get it.
This mon frere.
Sorry, it's Shren has a pipe. So you see, kind of materialize from the magical energy, the fly-looking man known as Shren Oldbuck. Again, this art is so good that I'm just gonna show
Daddy Oldbuck.
Boom, I'm just gonna bring him in right here for now. But yeah, boom, you see the slicky Shren, is his red, heavy set sideburns, the thing that probably reminds you the most of Divot. His black leather patched coat that hangs over his giant black brimmed hat that has the claws and fangs of many enemies. His eye that's been gouged out, and in its place, this magical platinum eye that glows with this blue energy. You see him as he materializes that damn pipe in his hand. Tynna, you can't help but you feel him behind you. That tormenting sound, his stupid voice, the man that tortured your mother for so long. And you see he's like, well. Takes a big draw off his pipe, which I'm gonna load with marijuana right now. And he looks around. Let me switch you guys over to this. Sorry. There's a little finesse in this that roll 20 doesn't afford. This is why everybody told me to do family. But thank you, roll 20. You guys kind of switch over here. Don't worry, I'll bring you into this picture. But down this long hallway, by the corners and stuff, you see, Shren standing there. What do you say, boys? Do we strike the match? And you're like, what the fuck? And you see one of these Syndicate thugs walking up to him. Tynna, everybody's free to react in this moment, but this is what you see. Coming from around this corner, a Syndicate guy is walking down the street with a powder keg. Just leaving this giant trail of black powder. That he marches all the way up. Freehand black. Marches all the way down this street here. And you see it just continues on down the alleyway, like it goes on for some amount of place. You see, Shren lights up a match, and he lights his pipe. What do you guys do?
It's your dad, Tynna. You want to light him up?
Yeah, maybe I could give him some assistance lighting that pipe, even though it's radiant energy. I'm gonna hit him with the sacred flame, but can I direct it on his hands to knock that pipe out of his hands?
Ooh, I like it. Yes, yeah, you can. Okay. It's the it's flavor effect. It's still going to damage him accordingly. But yes. So here you're in there. I'm sorry, I'm just getting the people that are out. Boom. You guys are pretty far away. Just to say, you guys are kind of on the west side of this map. The bar is behind you, the double doors, and you kind of look down again at the end of this hallway or this streetway here. A couple broken benches, some open boxes, and the like, kind of cutting around the rooftops nearby. And Tynna, as you kind of go to lift your hand up, you see he pulls out the luck blade. Well, hold on, daughter. Not so fast. I think we got a little discussing to do, eh? And you kind of start getting ready to cast your spell, but you see he's holding the luck blade between you and he, kind of flexing the fact that he does still have it. And you don't see that kind of evil energy permeating off it like you did before. But what do you do, Tynna? You can keep casting the spell. You're absolutely welcome to.
No, I'm not going to cast. Yeah, I see that he has the luck blade, and talk. Start talking.
Daughter, I ought to thank you. When I first thought about killing all the people that stand in my way in this world, I thought it would be hard to do so without getting me boots dirty. No one wants to work with a man who's killed every man he ever worked with. But then you and your fires, and you see he points up to the nearby roofs. The fire that Rial said is now starting to catch in these recent areas. Your cannons, your ship booming attack, coming right in time for my big auction. Can you imagine, Tynna? All the bad sods in the world gathering together in one place for something they'll never have. Makes you laugh. And you see he lights another match, and he's holding it out, and you see it's just kind of hovering over this trail of powder that goes off down to this random sideways. What do you think, Tynna? Should I say you made me do it, or you forced me to watch?
Either way, you'll completely ruin your reputation even further and have no business past this. You might destroy everybody in there, but...
Hey, Bam.
Yeah.
Can Shren see me?
No.
I don't think... Oh.
No, he can't. You're still invisible, Brunor.
Can I run up and blow out the match?
All right, so you have to make a stealth check. Even though you're invisible, you make sounds. So yes, you can, because that's awesome and I love it. But yeah, you're invisible. This conversation is obviously taking much more than 6 seconds, so he's almost giving you the time. But in order for he's standing kind of in the middle of the town, standing in front of this of Toko, kind of bound on the ground.
I got a dirty 20. No!
Oh, dirty 20, nice! Oh my gosh.
Dirty 20.
All right, that beats his passive perception.
I want to wait until he's like, I'm gonna ready a blow.
All All right,
Yeah.
you see he's kind of holding the match in his hand, and he looks at you, Tynna, and he's like, my reputation, that ain't too much to worry about. If everyone's gone, they've got to come to old Shren. And he goes to drop the match.
And I start running across because I'm all the way across.
Tynna, you start
this
running
courtyard
across
area.
just as you see, the match in his hand. It goes out, like just as he goes to drop it. And he kind of looks at you running up at him. What the? And he starts fiddling around, and he's like trying to light another match, like as you're running up to him, Tynna, down the street.
And I'm.
Go ahead, Bruno.
I'll keep blowing out his matches.
Okay. Yeah. So Tynna, it buys the opportunity. You run up. You see the Syndicate thugs kind of like, Shren, like should we do something? And you're running straight up. Almost like if you'll remember our first bar fight, like you walked up to your homeboy. You're just beelining this straight line into him as he time and time again keeps trying to strike these matches, and they keep being blown out.
I try to knock the matchbook out of his hand.
All right, Tynna, you kind of run up and you see he's like, and you just slap it out of his hand. That you see him just kind of skittle on the stone ground before you. And he looks up at you, his blue eye kind of gleaming. And you notice those like strange arcane tattoos that he has, tattooed and blazoned all over his chest that kind of reveal when his jacket hangs down. He kind of like looks at you and pulls them out. Takes one last tug of his pipe, and then he ashes it toward the ground. And he slaps on the bottom of the pipe in front of you. Bruno, give me a dexterity check. You see the burning ash falling toward the ground.
Okay, let's just see what's going on here.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Bruno, you kind of hot potato this ash for a moment. You're still invisible, so it's like you see suddenly this ash that should be going to the ground is like, and just kind of bouncing around. He's like, hot potato, oh boy, and then Bruno, you like grab it, and as you grab the center of it, like two little sparks of ash fall out of your hand toward the ground. You see the powder starts burning off down the street.
Can I run the rebound on that real fast?
Yep.
Can I zip up and prestidigitation like a little puff of wind to break up that trail of
Show me
gunpowder?
prestidigitation, because I don't know if that's within the realm of what it can do.
It says puff of wind.
Ooh, it does
If
say
it's
puff
enough
of
to-
wind.
Yeah, I have to double check. I'm like, if it's enough to break like the trail, so it's just gonna.
All right. All right. You see, it's what's your range on it?
So I need to get.
You could have been moving up
It's
as well, like
10
both.
It's 10 feet.
Okay. So
About dun. Okay.
yeah, it's perfect because then it's like you're kind of running up. You see a couple of the Syndicate guys like look over at each other as they see you. You're super fast, just running up the street. You kind of hold out your hand and do the magic. It doesn't say there's a saving throw or anything, so I'm gonna say yes. Real, let me. This is awesome.
And if
there's
I
no
can
way for
throw
me
in
to.
like the odor of fart at the same time, because I know there's like a
nice.
smell element to it. So
Nice.
just so they're like,
All right, so that's the easiest way that I can actually show it. But yes, you run up, and there's just like a little fart sound, and the smell of this kind of smelly gunpowder burning away. As this thick cloud of gray smoke starts to fill the air. You blow the black powder, and it stops, and you see all the faces in the room kind of look down at it as all the Syndicate dudes start reaching for matches. Roll initiative.
oh shit.
All right, so the Syndicate, obviously their goal is to get this fire going. And, so far, your guys have said that you're going to try and stop it. You see Shren just kind of, Tynna, he looks up at you and he's like, don't think because you're my little one that I'll hold back. And he pulls his, he's got those chiseled abs and he's just standing super suave, swarthy motherfucker. And his pipe now on the ground next to him. So I'll do the same, just to connect in this moment. But you see that gun that he has, and you've seen this gun before. It's pretty vicious. They're able to shoot magic, kind of sheathed, not sheathed. is it sheathed? What am I, pistol? You put it in
Yeah,
a
I think so.
holster. Thank you.
Holster.
Dear God, I haven't even smoked that much yet. It's gonna be a long night. So yes, you see it kind of holstered in his side, and he looks up at you, and that one eye just burns with that blue magic. Again, Tynna, you can't help but feel that moment, seeing that poor helpless baby as he, begged for power, willing to curse his own child. That strain. It's like you already hated him, but man, it's like from the get, this dude has been nothing but a piece of shit to you. And as now know, you're the other half of you, your brother as well. So yeah, you guys all kind of get in front of him. Ah, shoot, I screwed up. I didn't. Oh no, it went through. I'm sorry. So Rial and Brunor went through. Make sure you select your token.
Is my token in here right now?
What's that?
I think it's at the bottom left.
Oh, okay, right. Because I'm in the shadow realm.
Oh yeah, sorry, I've got you guys far away.
Oh.
So this is going to be kind of the three settings going on at once. Thoricus, you're battling it out. In fact, just to make it easy, I'm gonna, because you said you guys went outside anyway. Thoricus, I'm just gonna put you here, battling him, and then that way everybody. Oh, Brian would be here as well. He'd be hanging back because Brunor is invisible. So he hasn't made a choice yet. Brunor, on your turn, you can go ahead and do something with him. Cool. Boom. There we go. Okay. So we've got all you guys. Let me get my Syndicate thugs in. And here we go. 2 rolls. All right. And a 2. So the Syndicate guys are going to go last.
Do I need to roll initiative?
Yeah, go ahead, just because that way we'll know when to go into your, you know what I mean? That'll be an easy way to go in. And you and him will just go like we've been doing. You go, then he goes. But yeah, go ahead, select your token and roll in, and then
I do have 2 tokens on this map.
Yeah, just do the one over by him.
Okay, just making sure.
They're the same. I'm gonna go and delete this other one. I try to have you guys somewhere on the map that I can bring in case what happened. Like I never know what you're gonna do, so that's why there's a couple of you guys there. Are you all in the picture now? You should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Boom.
And Brunor, you're invisible until you attack. So that's the thing that will bring you back. Just
there you go.
in case you got more shenanigans. Invisible
All right, so let me do
joshing.
settings.
Yeah.
Descending.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ooh,
Oh my god.
Sorry. All right. Ooh, boom. Every time I go to click on this, it crashes. So I do apologize if it takes me a second. All right, you see Shren actually, he kind of smiles at you knowingly. Tynna, people have always, people try to assassinate Shren every other day, so it's like this, the idea that you guys might have, been on top of him, it's not necessarily something he wouldn't be ready for. He is extremely intelligent and very shady. You see he kind of looks at you all, and Tynna, he just kind of waist shots you. You see him pump you in the stomach with this blast. You see this magical energy gathering right around the blade. Gosh, this thing keeps crashing. Sorry, just give me half a sec. Of course. Why not for the finale? Why wouldn't it? I did it again. Oh, this is almost embarrassing.
It was
all right,
like
so
that when we got here.
yeah. All right, I'm so sorry. Just give me one moment. Tynna, you see the gun kind of glowing in front of you. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, geez.
There it is. Okay. DC 18. Oh, nice. All right, so almost like remembering the lightning dodger, the lightning in the bottle from in front of the. Ooh, actually. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I just have to check because this is actually pretty funny. You see that a lightning bolt is fired out of the front of the gun. Again, you see the wood and the kind of pins and screws in the gun itself. It's extremely fatigued by this explosion. It's a lot for it to shoot this magical energy through. But you see the emblems on his skin also glow in time. So you think it might be some kind of synergy of those two things. But again, knowing he's a slippery old codger, you're also ready for him. And you're able to kind of move yourself a little bit out of the way. 5E. Roll 20 is fight me today. 100 feet, yeah, okay. So Tynna, while you dodge, the lightning bolt tears through and continues on and rips into the side of Bejita Salefist, who actually has to make a dexterity saving throw too.
I did that on purpose.
He fails. He's going to take the full bammy. Tynna, you take half of this. Let's just do the advanced dice roll. And he is going to take the full whammy. Boom. All right. 31. So, Tynna, you take 15 damage from the lightning that kind of courses through, electrifies your armor for a moment. You feel it kind of just wrap through your whole bones. And Thoricus, you can't help but laugh while he's so focused on you, the fool. You also have to be mindful of your surroundings. And suddenly, this crack of lightning, Thoricus, you're almost mid-strike and you just step back because you saw it coming, but this fool didn't. The lightning courses through him, and he takes a full 31 damage. As he's not bleeding yet, but man, he that barbecues him, and you see he kind of looks up at you. You gotta cheat, huh? And he steps himself back up. We'll get back to you guys on your turn. So, but he did end up, Shren, not really thinking about that dude, shot a lightning bolt that goes 100 feet. You see it crackle into the bar and just kind of fizzle out amongst one of the banisters inside. Brunor, you see this, lightning shot in front of you, the gun sticking out in front of you, you still invisible, all the Syndicate guys reaching for their various fire devices. What do you do?
Where is the luck blade?
The luck blade is in Shren's hand.
Okay. So I'd have to get hit from him. That's what you're saying.
I mean, he's holding it, so it would be kind of like with your weapon. Now, you can try to, you can use a weapon attack to try to knock the weapon out of his hand. It would be contested rolls. I think it's like an athletics or acrobatics. It's like a contested check between the two of you. So it's like, yes, you're invisible, but he would still feel you starting to pull it away and would not want to let it go. So he's got the gun in one hand, the blade up, he's trying to pull the old sneaky, remember his fake arm from last time. He tried to sidearm shoot Tynna again, and but he does still have the luck blade in his hand.
Well, if both of his hands are busy, then I'm going to strike at him for shooting at my friend. Don't you shoot at my friend.
All right, so your first attack is with advantage. Because you are invisible, but as Andrel swings through, your invisibility goes away. You see a bunch of the Syndicate people, and even Toko, kind of like nobody really thought you were there, suddenly seeing you appear. You see Brian, behind you, wings go up. He's like, oh, it's happening. But the green blade of Andrel swings. The first strike does not hit, so he has an 18 AC. Even with advantage, you see as you pierce out of the invisibility again, he's always on the alert. He steps back, the sword strikes through. You come back up at him. The second strike hits for 7 damage.
Nice. That's a shame. Nice. But I would like to mark him after that.
Nice. Putting the coral on him, giving you that ability. What is it? He gets disadvantage on any attack that isn't you, and then if he does attack that person instead, you get a cool little bonus action attack on him next round. So yes, you see as the strike of the blade goes through him, his blood starts spilling out, and you see these small little bits of coral that start growing from the wound. He looks down, just like my fucking daughter would have cut shaving, huh? And he just kind of splats a little blood right on the ground in front of you, Tynna, and yeah, he's marked by the coral. Your third strike was a shit crit. Don't think I didn't see it. That's not shit. Right.
Tis what tis.
And you see again the alert, sharp mind of Shren as he kind of sidesteps your foot for the sword, and you see his toe slides under his pipe. He's planning to pop that thing back up into his mouth because he loves it. And maybe he has to use it to light the stuff as well. So Brunor, those are your 3 strikes. You got anything else you want to do?
Nope. I'm gonna. Oh goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna I need to be ready for him to come back at me because he's gone.
The slippery Koja.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna steel myself with my shield and be ready for the comeback.
All right, yeah, you kind of set the Maiden's board down in front of you, you know, settling down with blade, sword, and shield. You settle in front of you. You see the Syndicate thugs behind you. You know, it's like you're kind of, there's quite a few behind you, you know, but Brial's got your 6 right now, too. So you guys are just kind of filling out the battlefield. Rial, if that's the end of Bruner's turn, you're up. Divot, you're on deck.
All right. Well, this powder keg situation is not great. So I want to try and at least cut off this line so they don't have this option that they're going for. So throw it by you. If I could go after, I'm pinging him, this northernmost Syndicate guy, I want to try and hit him with Scimitar the Rapier. But if it hits, I want to try and splatter the blood on the trail of gunpowder that's next to him.
Dope. All right,
Sweet.
so we're going to kind of treat it a bit like a little bit of a shove as you do it. So just give me a contested, you can do acrobatics or athletics. You know, you're kind of trying to like off-step his feet and get it where you can get the arc of the blood from your strike into the thing. But he would have a chance to offset you. Let's see, maybe he rolls like butt, but no, you rolled really good. 17.
15 or 32 if I had advantage.
All right, so don't we want it just
Man.
for the that's the only problem. I do have it roll advantage all the time. It's just cleaner for roll 20 the way I like to play. But yes, it is disheartening when you're like, oh, but there was a crit right there. So yes, you move up and you see again these thugs are pretty well trained. They're pretty brawly guys, and so you try to do a little fancy footwork to get him off, and he just kind of like braces himself. You do manage to attack him, however, though, so you're not sure if your blood trick is going to work. But you do, you still have your opportunity to strike.
Hey, blood's gonna do what blood's gonna do, but this guy's still getting stabbed, so. 26.
Ooh. You pierce the blade right into him, and you're trying to kind of like get the corner of him a little bit so you can flick the edge of your blade and spin it over to the powder. But unfortunately, he's kind of smart enough. He kind of sees what you're doing, keeps fiddling for his matches, even as he's kind of getting skewered by your blade. Yeah, you got anything else? 8 damage.
Let me see. So that would be my movement there. If I could disengage from him and then hop up on the roof, we'll play some sniper up there.
Yeah.
So like about yay.
All right, Rial, you kind of jump up on the roof. You pretty easily. You're a super dexterous dude. Pop up. Did you disengage, or are you gonna let him have the AOO?
I'll go ahead and disengage. Yeah.
Okay. So you see kind of he's like reaching for you, but the wound that you hit makes it a little hard for him to grab onto you as you weasel up on top of the roof. I didn't mean weasel like that, but you know what I mean. You little weasel. So you get up there. Rial, make me a perception check.
A perception?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Let's see. 11.
All right, so you hop up on the roof. You look down. You kind of look upon the group. Now you've got a little bit more of a bird's eye view on them and everything. You're kind of looking around, but you can see. I mean, obviously the ones that are closest to Bruno seem to be kind of like. They're going to kind of go up and gang up on her. So as far as points of concern in this battle, that's something that could get bad pretty fast. So yeah, but you position up, you settle down, you feel your feet settle into the hay on the roof, and you start, looking around. You see the fire that you've spread has started to put embers into the wind, and they're starting to catch smaller fires on the roofs nearby. But yeah, that's it. So you used the thing to disengage so you can't hide. That's it. You got anything else?
All good.
Divot, my man, you're sitting in the nightmare realm. You see, you offer this bid to these mortals inside your nightmarish realm. I'm just gonna bring us there because it's fun and I like that map, and because I'm keeping Sean on his toes. I'm just like, hey, what about all these differently sized maps? Yeah, I bet. It's because it's a finale. I gotta keep you on your toes, bro. All right, so. We go back into the nightmare realm. You see these there's 12 gathered thugs. I hope I did. Is it 12? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14. My numbers were wrong. So you know what? No, they weren't. Prove me wrong now. there's 12 there. So you see a dozen thugs floating in this realm. Divot, did you do that check with advantage, or are we doing that now?
I did. I got a 15.
All right. So 15. We're gonna roll it. So there's 12 of them, Divot. Ooh, a 6. All right, so half and half. You see, like, some of them are starting to, just as you saw with Greyland and your allies, they start seeing their own nightmares amidst this waves. You know, you see as abusive fathers, start coming home from, at the end of a day, and it's like each of them going through their, like, horrible memories that they're just terrified of, that there are their own nightmares. And you see they kind of look at you for sweet relief, as if anything would be better than these damn nightmares. Half of them, Divot, will offer them, it's like you're a demon, so you're talking to them like a devil would, and they're willing to make this contract with you. They're willing to let you sap their essence and gain from that what you will. While the other 6 are like, no, and they all kind of start running away, but it's like a nightmare where like they're not moving at all, and their horizon just gets continued farther and farther away, and they're, it's like they're fearful and they can't breathe, but it's like they're kind of trapped here with you. But Divot, 6 of these life essences are now yours to drink from. What do you do?
Okay. So here's what I'd like to happen to those 6 guys who give me their essence in the spirit realm. They're all still in the room physically with Thoricus and Bejita.
Correct.
Those 6 guys just crumple like a sack of potatoes.
Thoricus, out of your peripheral vision, you actually see like the dudes like kind of lean, some of them were like gambling, like half frozen, throwing dice, but all kind of like affixed into this weird mind link to this strange creature. And you see suddenly that mind tether between all of them, like a spaghetti, just slurps into Divot, and their bodies just turn into ash. And you see clouds of ash blow across the bar.
Did I do that?
Whoops. So here's what I made that threat to the other guys. It was not an empty threat. In the spirit world, their buddies' bodies are still there.
Uh-huh.
And because I'm in this like heightened like state right now, I'd like to attempt to raise the dead, these 6 guys, and have their friends attack them. Because what's more nightmarish than that?
All right, Divot, you if you'll give me half a moment here, I'm just gonna bring these damned skeletal fools. You being such a demonic creature, again, Divot, you're linked with this dark magic book that kind of held the spirit of the Nightmare Shepherd, but certainly is linked to like some heavy demonic energies. And I need you right now for me, Divot, to make me a 1d20, give me a Constitution saving throw. You feel as these tremendous displays of magic start to rack your body, like you're accessing powers that aren't necessarily yours to command. Even though you are, a tremendously powerful being in your own right, you're kind of starting to get off a little bit on just the extreme. You wave your hand and you can feel people turn to dust in the material plane, like snapping your finger and you're Thanos all of a sudden. You feel the first wave. Divot, this first access of magical power has you've survived the first. It's only going to get harder. So that's a balance you have to choose, and these DCs will get harder as we go. But you see as you wipe your hands in front of them, and you see 6 of them suddenly turn around, and like your transformation from a living creature to a decaying dead person, theirs happens in an instant. You watch as sacks of skin just slide off of their bones, their own eyeballs hang from the socket, their fingers, start dripping down, and you see these massive claws and long fingers start growing out of their hands. You see these nightmarish hell creatures which turn around and have 2 heads that split out of the darkness, their mouth filled with screams. They start preying on the weak and fragile minds of their own allies. And you see them rush each other in the darkness. A shred of claws, screams, and terror. Thoricus, we shift back to you, and you're standing, you see these dudes turn to dust in the bar next to you. You see the crackling lightning bolt of Shren Oldbuck jet through. You see, the Rial up on the roof, Brian at the ready nearby, Brunor now visible standing nearest Shren. What do you do?
Well, gosh, a lot's happened since the last time. So, I guess, yeah. Bejita got hit with that lightning.
Still crispy.
Thanks for that. Oh, wait. Yeah. Who did that?
Shren.
Yeah, that was
Shren did, yeah.
Idiot.
Well, he wanted a lightning bolt Tynna, and she passed, so I was like, that's fun.
Yeah, she did.
Actually, dude, that's literally just that's where I put everybody, and so that's what happened.
All right. Cool. Well, so we're all outside in the square,
Yes.
the town square.
Town square.
Yeah, you see these kind of like this powder thing going on. Again, Thoricus, I wouldn't say you are intimate with the details of that. Like again, you have battlefield awareness. You kind of know something's up over there, but you haven't really seen them like blowing the black powder out and all that stuff. So you have an awareness of the situation over there, but you also have this going on around you, these disappearing people inside the bar. What do you do?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna just bring them together and lock them up and then just get it going. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's your 2 tickets. Fucktown, baby. Let's go.
We're going to Fucktown. All right, Thoricus, you are, it's almost like he doesn't realize, but you're just running him through the motions. You want to see like what fighting style you got. You're even willing to put your body on the line a little bit to do so. And it's like, so you're kind of gauging and blah, blah, and it's almost like I'm not left-handed. You're like, this isn't even how I actually fight. You connect the 2 axes and you start spinning your own axe around, of a greater finesse to the style that he seems to be trying to, have honed of his own, this behind the back stab thing, but yours continues like the cyclone. The first 2 hits, he's gonna burn another one, on the 3rd one. But go ahead, Thoricus. Your first 2 strikes, 29 AC, 28 AC, both hit. 14 and 7, that's 21 damage. Nice. But on your 3rd strike, as you're whirling around, you see he may be doing the same to you, where it's like, you see he shifts the blade the other way, and it's like, now it's actually in its most aggressive way. He can poke me with this, he can slice me with this, he can use the handle to come at you. He's now opening up his own fighting style a little bit and adding a little something you haven't seen quite yet. So 2, amazing masters of axe combat, exhibiting their many styles. So the 3rd strike, when you come down, he is going to riposta you once more. Oh, 2! He tries to just kind of hit you with the handle side of the axe, just to knock you off your balance a little bit, deflect it away.
Gosh, you're dumb. You're just a dumb idiot.
You're dumb. Shut up.
Stupid.
Jerk. Your beard is dumb.
I'm a respected
general. You hear dwarves all around like, oh, dare you said his beard is dumb.
Your thick, ropey braids are awesome.
Thank you for bringing thick, ropey braids back. All right. You got anything else, Thoricus? That's your attack action.
Yeah, I do.
Popping your second wind. You guys are like, this combat. It's like you can tell you both at one point were trained by the same guy. Like swinging your second wind after he takes his. The nice 9 plus your fighter level, so 11. You get 20 back. You get exactly as much back as he did, because that's just dope, and I love it.
And I'm just gonna lean over and be like, "Quit stealing my shit, bro."
That was mine. He's like, I do it better.
Don't hate on my flavor.
He's just getting really petty. He's like, I hate you. You're a jerk. All right,
old.
so 20
Fuck
back.
you.
Thoricus, you got anything else, or is that the end of your turn?
Just a bunch of snide remarks that I will keep to myself as a gentleman.
No. Give me a snide. Give me a good snide one. I want it.
Your armor is ridiculous. Your thick, ropey braids are impressive. You look old as fuck. Go on a diet. Get some friends. Do dope shit. And quit stealing my girls.
You see it instills into an ancient, like, you're the popular girl in his mind that like shit on him all through high school, and then here you are still whipping his ass and just making him eat his own insecurities in front of you. I'm gonna give me an intimidation check, Thoricus, because that might have a little play in his next round of actions.
Absolutely.
You see, like, he starts biting his lip a little bit, like, don't give him the pleasure. Don't, he's just a mean girl. He's trying to hold back. Nice.
16.
All right, so, his first swing will be with disadvantage, Thoricus. You made him super mad. which, you know, is like a trick you've used. This is not only, it's like something you've used to your sway in battle several times. And so it's like, again, it's not just the way you use your blade, but the cutting of your own tongue as well. That's the true Stone Reaver. And so, yeah, you give him the sauce. He's shut up! Ah! And he's just like, he goes reckless attack at you. So he's not actually a barbarian, so he can't do the real thing. But it's like, he's coming at you real hard with disadvantage on this first swing. So with disadvantage, a 2! Man, I'm rolling a lot of 2s today. And then that's his first swing. He gets 2 more.
Oh, wait. No, I will wait.
Oh?
I was like, I will smoke. Nope, he's got 2 more. I will wait.
6 and an 18. 18 plus 9 is 27. So yes, he does get you once, but he did miss twice.
Okay.
Sucks to suck.
And again, it hex for 22. You know, the massive heft of this blade, although it doesn't grant him the same finesse that you're able to afford, it is just like swinging a tree, you know, that's just got a sharp edge on the end. And he's a very strong dwarf.
Yeah.
Matthew Perry.
That was Steve Perry. Wasn't it Steve Perry?
Steve Perry.
All right, so you can parry one of them because it does take your reaction, which was nice because you hadn't used it yet. So go ahead and roll your superiority dice again. Let's see how much you reduce his 22 by.
Oh, God, I keep... Quit clicking that shit, you dumbass.
Dude, that's my night tonight. There was weed in my mouth, I'm sorry. Every time I go to like use something, it's like either crashing or freezing. All right, sweet. So 5 plus your dex mod, you said 3, so 8. 14 damage is what you take in total, you know, subtracting the 8 from the 22.
Damn it. All right, I'm still okay.
Parry combo. Yes. All right, so that's, you see him, you know, it's like you got through to him. He's like, you know what, Thoricus? You're a weak man, and that's why you lost everything. And you see is like, now he's giving into this anger a little bit. You finally see it, Thoricus. He looks up at you and his steely blue eyes start to burn with that dark magic of synthesis. No. And you see the truth of it. This guy knew he would never match your power unless he got something from synthesis. Like, you see it in his eyes. He sacrificed everything to even be able to stand against you in battle. And as you know, belittle him with your words and intimidating form and fight and stand, you know, showing off your prowess on the battlefield, that shame within him that led him to just kind of sacrifice it all starts building up. And so too, that kind of shadowy energy of synthesis starts permeating. Rial, you know, you hear that heartbeat ever louder still. Divot calling you even in the plane of nightmares. You can both feel, you know, drawn to this thing. But that is the end of his turn, but he's starting to go a little shadow on you. Tynna, you stand in front of Shren Oldbuck. His gun still sizzling from blasting the spell at you. You see no mercy in the cold platinum eye that stares back at you. What do you do?
I finish Matrix dodging out of the way, really, really badass. Like, and I say, you're gonna have to have better aim than that, old man. And then I'm gonna summon my spirit guardians, but I'm going to silently to myself say a little extra prayer to Shantia because I want to summon all the moisture in the area, and I want, normally the spectral figures are roses or vegetal in shape, but I want it to be like a stormy little hurricane cloud, and it's gonna mess up all the powder, hopefully.
All right, so you're doing guardians, right? The one with the radius. Yeah. Cool. I just want to add that onto your token here real quick. Let's see if it crashes. So far, I love it. It wants to. It's not going to work for me right now, of course, so I'm just going to put a little thing on you so I remember. But yes, 15 feet around you, you know, you kind of like, you're just staring at him, you know, you mock him, and then you call upon the opposite of everything this guy is about. You know, it's like such a malicious, scared, fragile man who's had to make the dark dealings that he has to assemble what he believes is power, you know, that you see just kind of like his eyes greedily glinting at all the many weapons and things that you guys have. He looks even at his own daughter as something that he could sell or profit from, or, you know, it's like there's very little emotional connection between you, and you see he kind of looks on you with disgust. And so, you just stand up, shoulders up after your little matrix dip, and suddenly, the moisture all around starts raising off of the cobblestone street, and you see almost like reverse rain. It starts gathering up all around you and starts spinning around. You see he, I believe it's when you cast it, and you can choose to bubble your allies from it. Enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. Okay. So he would have to, so on their turn, on Shren's turn, he'll have to save against this effect, but you see the Spirit Guardian start flowing around you.
Okay, cool. And is it successful in messing up the gunpowder or shifting
So
its
you're,
position?
at this point, 5, 10, 15, 20, you're about 20 feet away from the point where Rial has stopped the line of powder. I'd say basically 30 feet from the existing line of powder now. So you would have to move that way, which you're welcome to do.
I'm gonna move. It's hard to tell the squares, but if that's about like 10 feet over closer to it.
Let's see, that would be 10 there, and then 5, 10. That would be 20 right there. So you can be kind of anywhere along that path that suits you. But 20 feet, you have 25 feet of movement. We'll put you right here.
I think 20 is good. I'll stay right there.
Okay.
And then for my bonus action, I'm gonna just, I have one more healing potion. I'm gonna pop that real quick.
You're like, fuck you, Shren.
I'm real
Just like off to
thirsty,
the side. Yes, go ahead. 2d4 plus 4. Currently, where you're standing, well done. You have Shren. Wow, dope. You have Shren and 1, 5, 10. I'm gonna count that. 1, 2. You have 3 of the Syndicate guys and Shren all within your 15-foot range. Super nice battle placement there. So you see the thing starts glowing around you. Oh, here we
Cool,
go.
yeah.
I found it. Let's see. Let me do that.
Oh, yay.
It's the size on it is wrong. I'm sorry. I have the squares on the map different from what this macro exists. We'll continue to do. Oh, actually, you know what I could do? Because that's just 5 feet. I could just triple that. Ooh, isn't this fun, guys?
That's fun. Math.
Don't you love this? So let's do this. Let's see and see if it does it for us. Boom! I love it.
Get my glow on.
Can you
There
guys
we
see
go.
the glow?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. I just want to see. I know there's a way to. This is the last thing I'm going to adjust. Player permissions. C. There we go. Yeah. That's why it didn't work last time. It just took me 19 months, guys, and we're getting there.
Yay!
Yeah. All right, so Tynna, nice move. You step forward, and the kind of the shimmering light starts cutting all around you. I'm gonna say, because you did choose specifically to say water, that it does dampen this little bit here. So we're gonna draw one more line. And allow the water effect here has kind of ruined that little pile of powder as well.
Nice.
Sweet. All right, and then you drink your potion, 2d4, there you go, 4 plus 2, so you get 6 back. And man, yeah, excellent move. Excellent positioning there. That's pretty killer stuff. You got anything else?
That will do it. That's
All
my
right.
turn. I just shove the empty bottle back into my sack and get ready. Didn't mean to make it sound like that.
All right, so it's Syndicate Thugs time. I'm gonna go ahead and just do the combined saving throws. Here's the 3 Syndicate Thugs, 2, 3. A 20! I might just take the blinder off so we can on the screen. And then a 6 and a 3, so 2 fails, 1 pass. They take 11 damage or half if they pass, so they're pretty tore up. These dudes are, they're pretty strong, but they're not, heroic, virtuous warriors such as yourself. So 11 from that one. This one only takes 5, and this one, boom. All right, we appear to have lost Jake. So I'm just gonna keep doing this, and then if we don't have him back by the time that we resolve the this damage here and everything, we'll figure it out. So hopefully he'll just be right back with us. If only he had frozen in place through all of it, it'd be like the first episode all over again.
Perfect.
All right, so those ones will, now that they've taken their damage, you know, these piercing droplets kind of cutting them as they go, they are going to converge. All right, so they don't want to be taking none from you, Tynna. The first one runs up on you. 15 AC is probably a miss.
That is, yeah.
Now you see one of them, he kind of gets behind you and, you know, goes to pierce. You turn around and then you see, like, now that your back's exposed, they kind of like start pouncing on you, the other ones. You know, they want to get rid of this magical effect. And so this one comes at you and does have sneak attack. So that's 20 AC. What do you have, a 21?
That does hit.
A 20 hits? Okay. All right, so here we go. You take 11 slashing plus... Ooh, I rolled real good. Plus another 20 for the backstab. So that's 31 damage. Tynna, you need to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw to see if you can control your concentration on this spell effect. Ooh.
14.
You see as he stabs you, all the water droplets stop. And like real rain, fall back to the ground and kick up little puffs of dust as they land on the ground. The spell, unfortunately, has been knocked out of you, girl. Your spiritual guardians have been busted.
Wah, wah.
Busted. Sorry, there we go. All right. Oh, no, not you. You're not. That's all right. Here we go. Yay. Okay, so those two have gone. Now that the spell is down, this guy here is going to go and spring on you, Brunor. Not bereft of the same... yeah, Shren's within 5 feet, so... Boom. 24 AC. Hey, welcome back, Jay.
I have 21.
we were like, we'll just see when these guys' turns are done, if he's back yet.
That hit.
That one hits. You're gonna get. Oop! It just gave me an error message. So hopefully this works. Everything. It's all coming the way. Oh, that's the okay. So you also take 11 slashing damage plus 23 more. So 34 damage. As you see, you get pierced in the side by the blade of one of these Syndicate thugs. The one back here is going to grab Toko and use him as cover. So you see he grabs the blade at his side, grabs Toko, whose wrists are bound behind his back, and kind of stands him up, and you see he puts his blade to Toko's throat. I'll kill him! You fuck with me and I'll kill him! And you see Shren just kind of smiles at him. He's like, attaboy! You see Toko's eyes just like, do nothing, it's fine, I'm gonna myself. Just shouting through his bound gag. You see Shren kind of laughing in front of you. These guys in the back here, they're gonna take pot shots at you, Rial, on the roof. You see 2 arrows. Oh, that's dope. 26 AC and then 14 AC.
I don't know about the 26. That might. Oh no, that hits. Yeah.
You take 11
one,
piercing damage.
11.
You see he pulls out a little crossbow, fires it up at you on the roof. You get blasted for the 11 piercing. The other 2 down here at this street are. I'm sorry. These 2 down here, the ones on the southeast, they're gonna move forward and take pot shots. Now they have. Do they have No, they both have it. Okay, so they're going to shoot at you, Brunor. You're right by the boss, putting the sword on him. They want to keep this luck blade safe. Oh, but they rolled like butt. I have one more attack. A 2, a 4, and a 2. All right, so you see these 2 guys sitting down here on the south eastern corner. They pull out their crossbows, and Brunor, you quickly deflect it with your shield away. You kind of look over, you're like watching the line as it's like each of these guys is going. You look over the shoulder of Shren Oldbuck, even though the glowing magic on him is, shining away just over the blue shimmer of the tattoos on his skin. You see these other 2 Syndicate members readying their crossbows. And then just before they go to pull the trigger, you see the wall next to him just blows out as you see this giant stone fist punches through the wall.
Cold Stone, you came back.
You see the giant golem that you last saw with your dear, wonderful friend Ubaru. You see him come into light. His fist just like smashes through the wall, and he just like one-shots this first guy. The second dude is right at the extension of his fist, and you see the metal, his stone skin is so strong that he hits it, and then his head just cracks against the back wall, and he knocks himself out. You see the stone golem steps into the alleyway, its immense body forming, and then you see pop out from behind him. My old friends, it's so good to see you again. And you see, Ubaru. He's not really that big, don't worry. I just wanted you to see the amazing art that Sean had done for him. The old sagely friend Ubaru kind of steps out, standing at the base of the stone golem. And he's like, it looked like you could use some help. And you see pats his staff on the ground, and this little blue orb that he has in his hand, perhaps for pondering on his weary nights, starts glowing blue in his hand. You see the shimmer of magic around him. And that's where we're gonna pick it up after intermission, guys!
Amazing.
Ooh, Baru's back! Ooh, Baru! Ooh, Baru! To Baru!
I can't believe you just dropped orb on us.
I do, yeah. All right, I'm sorry. I'm fucking pumped, bro. You can't. It's so fun. Play D&D. If you don't do this, do it. Play it. Play it with your friends. Play it with strangers on the internet. It's one of the few things where I highly advise doing that. Like, find some strangers and just throw some dice. But man, holy shit. We're gonna do, like I said, it's gonna be a little longer one today. We are planning for another block and then a smaller intermission. I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be a special one. It's gonna be a little shorter. We'll do a little 5-minute one the second time. This is our 10-minute. Please look at all the amazing art. This is it, guys. This is the art that people have submitted based on this story we get to tell when we're hanging out and being high with our friends and having a good time. This art then comes from that, and it's such a fucking wonderful thing, including this music created for the show by the great Sandy Stein. All of this music that you hear throughout this episode and all of our seasons this season thus far are all Sandy's music. He is a genius. I'm gonna get sentimental, so I'm gonna stop that. We will be back. I'm sure everybody has to pee, so we will do this. We're gonna be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, buds, because fucking I got some shit for you. A couple more of these. Oh. What's up, buds? Welcome back to Weed&d, the pod positive live tabletop role-playing experience. We are having us quite a finale sesh, if I do say so myself. I'm all legit. I'm full of them. I got them lightning bolts. Holy shit, big confrontation so far. The big showdown between Bejita Salefist and Thoricus Onyxheart is ever intensifying by the moment. The agents of the Syndicate and Shren Oldbuck trying to ignite this trail of powder that leads off to places unknown, while the Five have pretty much kept them from being able to do so. It looks like they were able to steal their attention while they started attacking everybody, and now we're in a full fight. The stone golem has just punched through the thick wall of the dwarven architecture of this house. Hubaru steps out of the dust, and we are back into initiative. So we're gonna jump back in. And guess whose frickin' turn it is? You see his foot just kind of pops it up, and you see the pipe just pop into the air in front of him, and he snatches it. You know, he drops the gun for a moment, grabs the pipe, puts the pipe in his mouth, catches the gun before it falls, and the man and his favorite pipe returned once more. You see he kind of takes a draw. Practical effects, and you see he kind of like goes to turn his gun, and he wants to put it past you, Brunor, and aim it at Tynna. But when he goes to move his arm, you see the coral like bites into his stomach, and he realizes what's going on. And you see, he just kind of looks down at you, his pipe's hanging out of his mouth, and he's like, "Well, all right, let's dance, Blue Man." And you see he strains with everything he has. The blue magics on his body start searing the skin where they're connected as you see steam starts rising out of his chest. You see the gun in his hand starts glowing red hot, and you can see even through gloves that it's actually burning the skin of his hand as he's trying to channel all of this magical energy into the gun. Brunor, for a brief second, as you literally stare down the barrel of this gun, you see a magic that you're quite familiar with as the burning heat and searing magic of a disintegrate is fired at you. You see the immense magic energy of this blows up the gun. and where it explodes, this big, giant, crackling beam of magical searing energy washes over you. Brunor, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
No way. Sometimes things just work out that way.
What happened? No, what happened? Brandon, what happened?
Oh, 21, nice!
Yes.
Oh, that's a pass. Let me see
Okay,
here.
Oh
my gosh,
I
yes.
was like, oh my god.
Oh, dope. Nicely done. All right. I think it's only if you failed. I'm just double checking because it's like, yeah. So Brunor, you don't take the 10d6 plus 40 damage that the disintegrate could have done to you. And instead you look as Shren's face just kind of turns, you know, that weird platinum eye that he has is still crooked as if he's always smiling. But the man himself, the mortal that wears it, you see, shit, that was like one of his big money moves, and now he's down one of his relics. You see, you know, he's still got the luck blade at his side, however, and he kind of pulls it out and shows his finesse with it. Yeah, he's about to use the luck blade as a weapon in battle in this moment, but that was his action. He's going to use his bonus action to disengage, being a rogue. You've seen Rial do it many times, and he begins running back here behind his many thugs. You know, you see as he runs by, that one syndicate guy still has his knife to the throat of Toko the Hatchet, you know, and you can see him just kind of like gracefully sitting there with all this calm, even in the slight of this big, you know, dramatic moment. Man, Shred's done. I bet he wishes he had another action, but Brunor, you're up. What do you do?
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, sorry. I just disintegrated my brain. Okay. So he went that away. All right, I seized him. Cool. So this guy that's like right next to me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go get him.
You know, you kind of turn after like going, just eating a disintegrate. You look at this little thug. Ooh, yes. Oh, I'm switching bongs. First off, I was using Naro Sumelai from our man Rondon Jaro, named by the bud. I'm switching over to our man Darkopolis' bong, the Green Hornet. Green Hornet. Thank you, buds, for naming my pieces.
You buds are the fucking best.
You really are. All right. Second bong of the night. Got this pipe.
Oh, yeah.
Smoking joints.
Oh yeah.
Living the fucking dream, my friends. All right, so Brunor, yeah, you turn around, you know, again, you just ate a disintegrate, you know, and so it's like you kind of turn and look at this guy. He is one of the ones that was hit. You did with both strikes. Actually, the first two, 17, 19, 20, 30. Yeah, so the first two strikes, including the crit, what do you do to this puny little man?
So all I do when this piece of shit Shren is like running away from me, I like literally just follow my gaze with him, and as I follow my gaze, like watching him like, you know, run away, I just kind of mow this other guy down that's just right next to me. And just like swing.
You're just like, you son of a fucking just
And I'm
slash,
just
slash,
like,
slash.
you son of a swing.
You know, you hear the, you see the green rune emblazoned blade of the keeper, you know, gifted you by the young elven boy Aleo so long ago. And you see it cutting through the air with its magical speed. And it makes, even though you don't even have to look at it, it just makes short work. It's almost as if you hit no resistance at all, and the blade cuts through his skin like butter. And then it just falls to the ground next to you. Now, you still have an attack. So I know you rolled it, but you would be able to move that to somewhere else if you would like.
Cool. Yeah, who's just the closest next to
There's
Tynna?
two on Tynna. There's the one with
Yeah.
Toko.
I'm gonna do the one with Tynna, because she's got two on her. That's not fair.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just slide right up and be like, swing.
Splack. I'm just going to go ahead and keep the roll. The 18 AC does hit for 14 damage. He's not the northernmost, so he was the other one that was pretty badly hit. He's still alive, but he is bleeding. You see as you cut him. Are you marking this guy or no?
No.
Okay, so just the blade just slices through him just as easily as his friend. You see some of the blood spill out as he looks up at you. He's like, damn you women! And he's just like, I'm gonna fight you anyway. You got anything else, Brunor?
I want to yell to the blade. I want to, because I remembered that it could talk, or at least it spoke to me.
Yes.
And I want to yell to it. Remember, it didn't. Hey, David Hyde Pierce, be cool! Be cool, David Hyde Pierce! Piercing, David.
Yes, I remember that name.
Yes.
And you see the blade like shimmers in response. You guys did have a little bit of a bond with it.
Just a second. So I'm just saying, like, be cool. Don't let that guy turn you into an asshole.
An excellent point. For the finest blade ever wielded by man, such dirty fingernails this man has. You just see it kind of shimmering in his hand. You've gotten through to the soul of David Hyde Pierce, the spirit within the luck blade. All right.
Cha. Okay.
Rial,
Cool.
give me another
Okay.
perception check.
Oh, you got it. David Hyde piercing damage. I can't. All right, let's see.
All right,
19?
19. Don't we all? Man, what's with? It's like if Rial had advantage tonight, we'd all be shithoused. All right, that is actually good enough. I just wanted to, again, Rial, it's your turn. Do what you will, but you notice, as you look back down at your feet, kind of set into the hay on this rooftop, you kind of like look down, and there's two small imprints of feet about 10 feet away from you on the roof. It's like somebody else is standing there, or was, and left this outline. But it's something you become aware of as you look at your own toes in the hay. As these volleys from these crossbows fire at you, you kind of look over and you're like, there's this strange presence of footprints on the thatched roof 10 feet away from you. What do you do?
Well, I know a thing or two about invisibility. Can I scooch over and see if I bump into anybody?
So yeah, you move over, and you're kind of like, it's like it's like if you're invisible, you're not, and your arm does bump into something, and you hear, "Hey, knock that off!" And you hear a goblin voice answer back in reply. Not one you're necessarily familiar with, but a goblin voice nevertheless.
Okay.
Just a detail. Do with it what you will.
Well, yeah, we'll dog ear that one. I know he's there. Before I notch my arrow, I just want to give a bump, little elbow bump.
Get out of my. It's like when you're playing pool. It's like, dude, just at least get out of my way. When you, God, yeah, you give him a little bump with the arm, and you hear him. Whoever's there, you see a couple little footprints shift. It's like he moved over a square. He was like, I don't want to get hit by your elbow anymore. But yeah, you see two more little feet prints into the hay rooftop over there. No aggressive action toward you or anything, but a goblin voice in reply telling you to knock that off.
We've been pretty cool with some goblins over the course of this show. I feel like goblins get a lot of hate. We've been pretty good with our goblin friends.
Yeah, what's up with all this goblin hate?
If it's not familiar, I'm like, Boxo, please. But it could be one of the others that we saved. We didn't know him, so I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I wanted to ask you, even just scooching on the map a little bit. So I want to bring out Son of a Birch. And the goal is I want to shoot the hat off of Shren Oldbuck's head, but may I shoot it through the Syndicate who's holding Toko? Throat meat's not the strongest. If I can penetrate and then pin Shren's hat off his head to the wall.
All right.
I've seen what that hat can do. And
Right.
he ain't getting out of this one. Like, no, fuck
Yes,
you, buddy.
his hat works as so far as you've seen a bit of like a helm of teleportation. Just as you saw him materialize to get here, you also saw him bounce away doing that last time. So it would be similarly. I'm gonna say for a normal attack, if you want to use like an inspiration point or something, we could work something out where you also shoot through another person. But that is a little beyond the realms of a bow attack. But I would say if you want to attempt a disarm, similarly to what Brunor was considering, where it's a contested check, you would be able to do it. But again, it would be a disadvantage. I mean, this is it's you're not invisible. He does see you. He's pretty keenly aware of his surroundings. Except for maybe the iron or the stone golem that just punched through the wall. But it's like, it would be a tough shot. It would be a shot. You would have disadvantage on the contested check. Now, maybe he rolls poorly, but it would be, you would have disadvantage in that exchange.
Okay, so I mean, I'm cool with taking out the damage on the Syndicate guy. I mean, maybe if it scrapes Shren's head and I get some damage, but the main goal is to get that hat off of his fucking smarmy ass head.
All right. So it's a called shot mechanic that's a little outside the realms of the rules of the game. And so I think that's really what it would be. It would be, you and him are about to have a contested check. You're trying to knock it off his head. He's trying not to let you. I'm going to allow it to be like a normal attack that does damage as well. So it's like there's a kind of an equal trade between our ideas here. And so it'll be a normal arrow attack. It will do damage, but the damage you're trying to do is like skinning off the top of his head and shooting the hat off of him. So that being said, we will have contested, in his case, acrobatics is his strongest suit. He is a very dexterous fella. He gets plus 11 to this, so I'm gonna take the blinder off, and here we go. So go ahead and do a normal attack again. You have he rolled poor, so your normal attack will do damage if you hit him, and that'll also factor into trying to knock the hat off.
Heck yeah. And I mean, the guy looks, props to Sean, like the guy looks so fucking cool. He's got to have something embarrassing under that fucking hat. Like,
yeah, Sean collaborated with Vlad on that piece. Vlad did the characters, Sean did the coloring on him, and like the fusion of their work together is just so amazing. It's one of my favorite images.
I love it. 21 AC.
Yeah, baby. That's good.
Yeah,
so
baby.
here's the he rolled. Let me double check because he is a high level rogue. He may also have reliable talent. No, they just give him evasion. So yes, he not able to do the thing that you do. He does not have reliable talent. So even though he's extremely good at his acrobatics to see if he can catch his hat before you shoot it off, he does only get a 15 real. So you've just got to beat a 15 with disadvantage. Now you still have reliable talent, so probably a pretty good chance you beat it.
Which roll did you need? You said acrobatics. 17.
Boom!
With that.
All right. Rial, you successfully, knock the arrow. At first you consider shooting through the other man, and you're like, what's more important right now? And it's like, unfortunately, as much as you care for Toko, if Shren gets away right now, he still has the luck blade. You see all that your luck blade that he stole from you by having that hat on his head. And so you let the arrow go. You see him, he kind of reaches up to try to catch it as the arrow blows through the backside, and it slips through his fingertips. And you see his hat of teleportation gets stuck. Now it still exists, but it's stuck to this wall right here.
Okay. I mean, he's gonna have to go back and get it.
And he
if I
takes
can
11
throw in
damage.
like a little Mel Gibson, like, give me back my sword!
You should have made the Mel Gibson joke earlier. We quote that exact line all the time. I probably would have given you advantage. Let that be a lesson to you. Always bring out your "give me back my sons" early. No, that was great. So yeah, dope idea. Definitely, like you said, it's like it'll take him some of his turn to get that thing off if he wants to use it, and it's just one more barrier between him and a slippery disappearance like he got you last time. You got anything else you want to do, Rio?
What's his head look like?
he's balding. You know, you realize why he wears the hat all the time is that he's, you know, his once, you know, suave, red short hair is now starting to fade away a little bit. And so he keeps a fine hat on, and is just as handsome. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But yes, you see that now his hat's gone. You know, he feels the cool breeze on that little spot on his head that's starting to show. And you see a little shame in his eye.
And he's got that nice little arrow zinger that zipped past him.
A little slit. You know, you see some a little blood spilling down. He's not bleeding, but you know he's bleeding. He's not the effect bleeding. He's not less than half.
Bleeding. He's not bleeding.
Yes.
Other than that, I know we got this invisible fella. We seem to be cool right now.
No hostile action taken towards you so far, and it's, you know, it moved away from you rather than, you know, jumping on you or doing anything like that.
Yeah, and even if he sees me, I'd like to kind of reaffirm myself on this hut and cunning action hide, kind of like
go ahead, give me
into the hay roof.
Nice. Yeah, his the only person that really has a perception that you might need to beat.
The goblin.
Well, he'll see you because you can't really hide from him.
I got an 18.
Okay. And that's, again, you rolled a 6, so it's 4 more than that, actually, because you are proficient. So your reliable talent makes that a 22.
22!
22! God, I love it. All right, rituals. All right. So you are hidden. Nobody, including... I'm sorry, I was double-checking that Shren's is... let me just see what his... You know what? It isn't listed, so he's not particularly good at it. His wisdom would be a +3. So he's a 13 passive as far as that goes. So yes, no, he does not. He's not keen to you, and you think you've kind of just, you know, rooted yourself in the hay enough that nobody can really shoot at you without having disadvantage.
And what I imagine is Shren like turned to grab the hat and looks back, and I'm gone.
And you're gone. Yeah. Dope. Fuck.
And that's it.
So sick. Once more, like Rial, it's, you know, the carriage goes by and Rial's, there's just one on the roof.
Yeah,
Rial's gone.
What?
All right. Divot, we join you in your dark confluence of power as we kind of zoom back over into the bar itself, you know, where this very familiar bar design is laid out in front of you. Now, just as Graylin Faragor and what we spoke about, how what happens to you in nightmares occurs to you in real life, you know, good thing that the softer eyes of gentler spirits are not present in this bar, as these 6 men that are all tethered to this coil from your brain to theirs suddenly become eviscerated by slashing claws and biting teeth. You know, and into your eyes as you float in the nightmare realm, which we're hecka gonna go back into because I just love the way it looks. And again, because I just want to make Sean be like, what do I do? You know, as you float in the nightmare realm, you see, you know, your agents, these creatures that you created with your control over these dark energies, fighting back. It's gnawing at your innards to try to take you over, and you pushed through and used this dark energy to sick these men undead on each other. And so those that fed you the power you then used against their own allies that were stupid enough to ignore your order. And you see as they just begin to devour and feast upon these guys. In the bar itself, suddenly their skins just start being sliced with sharp fingernails and blood just starts pouring out. You see his eyes are gouged from the sockets, the skulls peeled off and open as this, you know, ferocious attack occurs in the nightmare realm and paints this bloody horror upon the bodies of those in the prime material plane. And you watch as though they are indeed tethered to you, eventually Divot, as you're now cognizant of yourself in kind of the 2 places at the same time. You see as their bloodless bodies, you know, now drained amongst the wooden floorboards on the ground, now hang like skin sacks at the end of these tendrils. No more life for you to drain from them. No more nightmares to inflict. What do you do?
Well, I'm in the bar and I see all of that mess, right? And I'm completely unaware of what's going on outside the bar, I guess.
Yes.
All right, well, I don't know how serious things are out there. And from where I'm standing, I just did pretty good by us So I look around this newly empty bar, and I would like to, and I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm a little bit of like this like weird death warlock thing.
Yeah.
And I know that this isn't necessarily allowed, but I would like to kind of consider Magnus my familiar. And I would like to call to my ghost familiar Magnus and ask him to make me a drink, because this penis is not sitting well, and my stomach is...
Wise too, Divot, by not here we go. Oh wait, no, I actually have the one I used for Magus originally. Divot, you always in the back of your mind is this blood-stained bartender that you murdered in the town of Emerella, and long have you shared many drinks with him, despite your allies having no idea that this bartender has existed as a physical manifestation of your guilt for the death that was one of the many targets you had to achieve. And you kind of summon him from within yourself. Again, you have this confluence of cosmic energy right now. But wisely, you are not trying to bend it toward more powerful gains or use it as a weapon. Rather, you're kind of calling to this guilt from within yourself to draw out Magnus. You see him materialize from liquid blood that gathers from the floor, as if spilled by all the other Syndicate people in the room. All the blood just starts moving across the floorboards, and it all forms into Magnus, ever cleaning his glass, even as he materializes from this liquid pool of blood. He looks at the slain bartender beside him, and he looks up at you, and he's like, "Oh, getting back to your slaying ways, huh? Can't keep a bartender alive around you, boy." And he's just cleaning his thing, and he's like, "Let me get you a drink." And you see some of the blood from the ground just kind of comes up in a little liquid cyclone and fills a glass. He tosses it over to you, and it just kind of floats in front of you.
Magnus, you killed me. Thank you very much.
Divot, you actually killed me. You're very welcome. Sardonic as hell. He's been dead a while.
All right, so I want to look at him and say thank you, and be like, I'll be right back, because I don't know what I'm walking into. And then I want to reverse kick the doors in for the bar. I want to kick the doors out and go out and join whatever's going on. Hey, y'all want to come in and have a drink?
All right,
Divot.
Now I have to ask, because it may. Are you trying to continue to inhibit stay in the form that you're in now, or are you leaving that with? I just want to make sure. Were you leaving that with Magnus? What was your intent there? There is no right answer. I'm just curious.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to ride it out a little bit more. I mean, I know I may have to roll for something, but yeah, I'm gonna ride it out as far as I can, I guess.
So you will indeed, by keeping this form, and don't worry, there's some punch added, or some pack added to your punch. By staying in this form, you will have to make another Constitution saving throw, as this creature is attempting to overtake you. The darkness from the combined might of the Shadow Dragon's Wang and the Book of Darkness and the Plane of Nightmares is all kind of adding up. And so, yes, you can try to maintain this form, but this form may not listen to you.
Okay, actually, I have an idea. And tell me what you think of this.
What, are you going to shatter it? I'm kidding.
So instead of fighting it, I realized that all of this dark energy. So I kick out the door, and I look out and I see everybody, and I've got my drink in my hand, and I'm the drink and the penis and the power and everything, and I'm just like, and I'm like, this is not sitting well, and I realize I can't continue containing all of this. So I'm like, all right, what direction should I expel as much of this dark energy as I can? I look around, what do I see?
All right, you're standing there. Let me bring you all over. So you're on the west side here of the map. You kind of step out of the bar, the double doors behind you, you kick them back open. This time they don't slap back and push you back. You're way more badass these days. You stroll out, just again feeling this like burning rage from within you, and you kind of start feeling the bubble guts. You're like, ooh, as the drink of this blood that you drank, is starting not to sit well in your stomach, and you feel this like buildup of shadowy fire in your stomach. And you feel, again, almost like Brian, somehow able to withstand these magics. Your frame is not quite as legendary as the great Dracodile, and you feel as though this power within you is a bit too much. You look in front of you, you see Thoricus battling Beckus Grumblehelm, Brian behind him, and then the scene unfolding before you on the other side of the street there. So that's what you see, man. What do you do?
All right, let me count some squares. What is
squares?
Oh man. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I just this is what I would do. I look out and I see Thoricus, but he's handling himself, and we already saw that guy. And I was like, oh, they didn't finish him up, Dad. And then I like see Shren. And then immediately like vomit up, like that direction.
All right. How far do you want to move?
I guess I start running over there as far as I can, and the running is what finally does me in. I'm like, that was a mistake.
All right. So you get, rather than the cone effect of a breath weapon, we're gonna do like an acid dragon where it's a straight line. You kind of like start running and you feel this cosmic power building up inside you. And as you like get halfway down the street, it's like you can't hold it anymore. And then a dragon's roar briefly erupts from your throat. You're just like, and the might of the shadow dragon mixed in with the demonic energy of the plane of nightmares converge into one great breath weapon spray. Out of your mouth, you see the mostly digested pieces of the dong that remain just spilling through the air, beams of shadowy acid spilling among the it's gonna totally wipe out these two Syndicate dudes in front of Shren, and Shren, because they would die even if they saved. But Shren does get to make his dexterity saving throw, and he's gonna do it. He's pretty good at dex. 14, 22, so he passes the save, but he does take half. Let me just double check my...
Way to Ralph, brother.
22 damage to Shren. And Divot, you see like kicking out of the front doors of the bar. You kick out of the rib cage of this creature, like the chest of this shadowy form just goes, and his chest opens and your foot is there, and you step out of the chest of the nightmare creature. The book falls dormant at your feet, and there you stand, having consumed the peen, which is now used and gone, and used whatever magic remained in that dark book. But through that transformation, you have managed to wipe out a couple Syndicate members, burn up on your old man, who is looking at you with a little bit of pride compared to the dirty glances that he gave your sister.
Typical.
Classic, am I right? All right, Divot. I think that's probably the end of your turn there. You got anything else?
That seems fair.
Okay. Thoricus, the battle between you and Bejita Salefist just continues on. You've sized him up. You think you've given him, you've started to see his defensive maneuvers matching a little bit. So you think you might have stressed out what his weak points are and where the flaws in his style may rest. But it's on you. What do you do?
Bro, his whole fucking catalog of moves is weak. Shit's weak.
Won't buy, wouldn't buy.
Yeah, you keep like copying my shit and hating on me and all this. Yeah, you got a few lucky hits in. Good for you. I got something brand new for that ass. So I'm gonna bust out a little thing. Me and my not wife. I mean, we're
Super
talking to
cash.
each other. It's not like really a thing. I did kiss her goodbye in front of probably, hopefully not a lot of these people, but it's just let me talk. Anyway, it was embarrassing. A little, but I felt really good about it. Anyway, back to the thing that we made. No, it wasn't that. It was fuck, let me just show you. And so I just like, undo the ladies and then put them back together, but then it's like blade and then handle together, and then I break out the old mithril chain.
Oh, yeah.
The chain of love. That's right.
The chain
That
of
bond.
love.
And yeah, so now both of my axes are on the end of a long and mighty mithril chain that I'm just gonna swing around. I'm gonna call her the ex-wife, Lucille.
All right, Thoricus. Yes, your fusion. You know, the labor of your efforts with your elven, super casual lady friend.
Yeah,
you know, it's
super
very
cash.
cash. It's like not a huge thing. You know,
Not a
it's like
big
whenever
deal.
you're in town. You know, just whatever. It's. I mean, you know, it's. I mean, maybe you're in love. But the night that the thing you guys forged together was this mithril chain. That's the way we've just homebrewed it to this weapon because you're awesome and this is dope. It's extended the range of your Fury of Doom, your axe blade attacks by 5. So now your range is 10 foot, all in all directions around you. Really increases your kind of functionality on a battlefield. But yeah, you see the eyes of Bejita Salefist as he looks at you, and like this fighting style he's never even conceived. And you watch as his eyes immediately start watching the twisting of the blades and everything, just to try to piece together a defense. What do you do?
Well, I know we didn't really have a whole lot of time to put anything together, so I guess I'll just I'll go with the old school rolls, but we'll just figure that out.
Yeah, it'll still, you know, basically it's the same functionality, like each half of the axe.
It's just batter asser.
Yeah.
Oh, did I hit that way too many times? Sorry.
Yeah, just one too many. That's fine.
Sorry.
So again, he has an 18. So the first move, and again, he's going to use his Battle Master maneuver to attempt to riposta. Oh, 1! Oh, what a bad riposta. That's a bad riposta.
Don't fuck with Papa Sketty when it comes to riposta.
Nope. Yep.
I got a fucking
All
spicy meatball here for you, pal.
So his riposta misses, but your next 2 strikes both hit for a total of 26 damage. He is bleeding, my friend. You see this new fighting style, this flurry of blades attack. He can't even consider, you know, even though you stay in the same square, you're kind of like moving around him and like spinning the blades and then dropping to one hand and letting them like course up your chest and around to the other wrist. Like you're instantly this fusion of dwarven and elven, almost like your dwelven blacksmithing stuff. It's this dwelven style that you're like defining. So you know,
I want to think it's kind of like a combination of all of the different styles. Like I can have one on a chain and just like swing it out while this one's in the hand and then bring it back together and like connect them. Now it's like a giant ass fucking ball and chain and do that and go around, or like have them both connected on both ends and like swing one around. And yeah, you know, it's like I just switch it up on the fucking regular all day. How long can I smoke weed?
All day. All day. All day. Yes, Thoricus, phenomenal. The riposta strike, as he, you know, again tries to deflect. You do still have your bonus action, extra attack if you wanted to do that.
Right. Sorry. Again, I did not see that I hit those so many times. Right.
It's fighting. I bet everybody's playing right now. Like, did you hear Weed&d is going on? Let's play too.
Yeah, let's go do that. It's dope.
That sounds fun. I want to do that.
I love D&D.
It's the best. It's my favorite thing.
I know. I'm so glad people.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. yeah, we're trying to set up some play-by-post stuff in our Discord, guys. So hopefully we can kind of facilitate some fun play-by-text games through our Discord. So you can just kind of hop on when it's convenient, and there will be things going on, and you can hop into them and participate. And it's something that we are going to be working on here over this next little period. So hopefully pretty soon you can come play-by-post in the WeeD&D Hub.
Awesome. I like it.
You.
All right, the 17 doesn't hit, man. The 18 AC. He's going to save his battle maneuver and not attempt. Oh, he already used his reaction to do it, so he can't do it again. But yes, he is. Again, he trained by the great one. His style is very good, and you're still just learning it. But you feel it, and you're like, oh, now you're like starting to understand how to fully unleash its potential. But he does strike several away. You got anything else you wanted to do?
Not right at the moment. Not that I can think of.
All right, Thoricus. You see as you're like unleashing these blades on him, those eyes that are burning with that purple magic of Synthesis. You see the rage filling him, his teeth almost shattering with rage as he looks upon you. The one that always got everything that he wanted. He had to go to such great lengths, give up his life, his spirit to this dark wizard just to match you in strength. And the reality of that, in standing before you now, he calls upon that dark strength. Thoricus, he does something you're quite familiar with. It's called an action surge. So he's going to attack you 6 times right now.
Okay.
Fuck.
Let me get, if I can get his thing up, it'll actually show for you guys, which might be fun right now.
You sound just like her.
All right, so. Oh, I was using the wrong. So he's even better with it. So plus 14 to these 6 rolls. I'm gonna take it off. Let's see. This will be fun.
Oh.
All right. 20 AC, 24, 33, 31, 23. Yeah, I think they're all hits.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
All right, well. Thoricus, you see as a barrage of axes come into you. Let me just do this real quick. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It was even yes. All of those are hits, even the 20 AC. So that'll be 6 times. And Thoricus, you take 132 damage.
Oof. Dang. That's not quite double where I'm at.
So, Thoricus, how much? What health are you at?
71.
Okay, so yeah, it's not enough to instant kill you.
Right.
But you see as
That's what I think,
you see as again this burning magic of Synthesis fills his arms. He starts just a flurry of blow strikes. He's no longer trying this finesse, just sheer brute strength. And he starts like knocking you back with each strike. You block, but these chains, although they increase your range, they don't give you quite that same ability to block. You're not quite as good with them yet as he is with his primary fighting style and weapon. And you feel the surge of the Stone Reaver as he begins to basically pummel his body against you while administering a series of blows, bolstered by the dark magics of Synthesis. And you guys, Brian, you look, Divot, you kind of like, as you're like throwing up on the ground, look over your shoulder, and you see as Thoricus is driven back to this wall, and then right when his back hits the wall, the giant axe blade buries into his side. And Thoricus, you're unconscious.
Yep.
You see Ubaru looking over and just kind of gestures to the stone golem. The stone golem takes a real quick look at the syndicate man in front of him and gives him the stone. Yeah. And yeah. Okay, so you see him just like the one that's just like laying there. He just kind of looks over, kicks with his stone foot, and crushes the Syndicate guy into the ground. Ooh, no, that's Ubaru. No, but they killed Ubaru. What an accident. You see the Syndicate guy that's sitting there. He just gets squashed. The foot goes right through his chest. You hear the snapping of the rib cage as the stone foot just punches a hole in this guy. No gasp of air because his lungs are just crushed. And you see Ubaru steps out and sees what's going on. He looks to the right with Shren, to the right there with the luck blade, and he looks over at the ailing Thoricus Onyxheart, and you see like and he starts calling upon a spell that you only just saw, as you see Ubaru cast a disintegrate over at Bejita Salefist, who gets to make a saving throw. 19 plus, yeah, that's a pass. All right, so you see, Ubaru is attempting to end this battle now that Thoricus drops to the ground. He's like, no, Stone Reaver, God! He shoots this beam of energy from the end of his staff. The swirling magical energy shoots, and Bejita just turns around and slices the beam in half with his axe. You see it shoot off in both directions, igniting some roofs nearby as smoke starts to fill the air. But that's Ubaru's turn, and the golem. You see the golem having used his attacks. He's going to move over here and just kind of position himself so that if anybody tries running, he's going to get an attack on them. You see his big giant stone body settles down. You see the Syndicate thugs near you, Tynna, take their strikes at you. 22 AC? No, sorry, 23 AC?
That hits.
Okay, so again, there's an ally within 5 feet. So it's 11 plus 5d6.
Do they roll their damage for your weapon on their turn or your turn? Didn't you have sacred?
The Spirit
it
Guardians. Yeah, it got. Yeah. I lost my concentration.
No, I'm sorry, Tynna. It's your turn. I skipped you. So
wow, rude. Very rude.
Yep. Tynna, you're standing there completely unattacked by these guys yet, so don't worry about that. And you look at these guys, and it looks like they're planning to attack you. What do you do?
Okay, yeah. Well, this guy up here, directly in front of me. Ping. Yeah, that guy. I'm gonna pop off a Sacred Flame because I am not having it. I am just not having it. Okay.
Boom, 10 damage. Nice. Let's see. 7. DC 16, he fails, so he takes 10 damage. That is the guy that was hit by Brunor, who is, I'm very badly burned, but he's still very barely alive.
Okay, so I hit this guy with the Sacred Flame, but then I notice over my shoulder, Thoricus drop to the ground. My range, it's 60 feet I want to do a mass healing word, but I want to include Thoricus in it, so I would have to get over there a little bit more.
About 10 feet, yeah. You'd be subject to some attack of opportunities, but if you get there, it would be enough for you to heal anybody in range. Like all of your party would be in range.
Yeah, I'll take the attack of opportunity.
All right, so here we go. The first man, the one that didn't totally attack you before, now he rolls a 7. So that's a 12 AC and a 16, a 21 AC.
That hits.
All
the
right.
Second one.
So you take 11 piercing.
No.
What's that?
11, okay.
I have a reaction to grant disadvantage on attacks within 5 feet against allies.
Ooh, yeah. Do you want to burn that reaction?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so yeah, you see, as she starts to move away, that the rapier that this guy has that he's about to bury into her side, you just put your shield in front of her, and it pierces in. He rolled a 3 on the second one, so disadvantage totally saved her butt there. So you see his blade pierces into your shield as you make pretty much like a shield wall as a protector fighter, protecting your ally once more. Tynna, if you're right, like I said, right about there, you are in range of all of your party.
Perfect. So then I'm going to cast Mass Healing Word, and I'm going to upcast that to level 4.
All right. Don't forget, you also do additional healing, and you get some healing So it comes
Yeah,
at...
I get an extra 6 to that, so I get 12.
Okay, there you go. Plus 3, so 15. Everybody heals 15. Thoricus, including you. You're like, you feel that cold darkness of synthesis cutting into you as you just kind of fall unconscious for a moment. And then you feel that golden sunlight that just kind of emanates from Tynna, and you feel her magic reach into the darkness of your mind. And, as you see, Bejita is now, his back is turned to you, blade pointed toward the disintegrate, as you come back conscious once more. Nice. Everybody else, you all get 15. You got anything else, Tynna? Real nice.
That's it. Thank you.
Benevolence of the Green Lady, Shantia, is so good.
It's all her.
So now this changes things. They're gonna come at you, Brunor, because they have that little pack advantage on you. They just want that sweet sneak attack, but they gotta roll better than that. That's a 4, so it's a 9 AC, 15, 20 AC.
I got 22, baby.
I got a Gauntlet of Power too.
Yeah.
Dope. All right, so sweet. Yeah, it's because it's dope and you have it now. You just as one of them goes to pierce at you after you blocked the other one's rapier with your shield, you just catch it. And just the metal gauntlet, the gauntlet of power that you have in your hand, you just catch the blade and stare at the guy in front of him. He's at 2, so he's going to make a save and just see. He's going to weigh out his decisions right now. Brunor, because you used your reaction, you can't actually take an AOO on him. This guy is like, F this, and starts to pound sand. He starts running back off toward this way. So this dude here, now that guy's gone, doesn't get the sneak attack advantage. Oh no, I'm sorry, I already rolled that. That was his second attack. So those two guys go. Real, those guys are going to continue volleying at you even with disadvantage, just trying to pierce these arrows from the sky. Nah, that's not great. And that's pretty good. 19 AC?
Yeah, it hits.
Oh no, with disadvantage. Dang it. Sorry, hold on. Maybe I'll roll hot. 16, 21 AC?
Yeah, it hits.
All right. Sorry, not to be too excited that I hit you.
Could have fooled me. I don't know.
You take 7 piercing damage, Real.
7?
Yeah.
Do you know what that puts me at? 69.
Nice. Oh man, very nice. Very nice. All right, so that's them. The one on Toko. All right.
Is this the same guy from before that we talked down from a ledge holding Tynna hostage? Same guy. I was like, what the fuck, man?
You see, he's like,
kidding me?
I had no chance. I had to go back.
What the fuck?
He's got the knife to Toko's
I get
throat.
it, but it's okay. But also, these are the consequences of your actions. You're back here with us.
I'm a bad person. I told you. I tried to get away from the life. I tried to be a better man, but here I stand with my knife in another man's throat again, just like my mother said.
Listen, bad
Big
is
freaking
subjective,
golem
and
behind me.
You made some weird choices, bro.
Bro. See, you get me though, right? Like you get me. Like you're always like, you have a chance, you have something.
I'm just
You know
saying,
what?
you could do better things every day. You can decide to make a better choice. You're not bad is subjective. Just do better.
You hear Shren, I'll gut you, boy. I'll gut you with me own blade. And he's just like, God, just. And he's just that's what he's doing. He's gonna be stunned this round. He's just like, I don't want to kill this guy. Freaking Brunor gave me a second chance, and then I threw it away. These are real people, guys. We're talking human beings. So this guy's having a crisis of conscience. The Syndicate guy in front of this golem's gonna take a pot shot at him. He's gonna run up and try to just save his boss. That actually hits, but it does half damage. So. He does have an ally within, so he gets his sneak attack damage. 22 plus 2 is 24, and then half of that. Okay. All right, so you see, he just kind of knocks a little bit of rocks off this giant beast. It has plenty of hit points, and its turn is done. All right, Shren Oldbuck, you old codger. You see he's like kind of looking around. This golem's right up on top of him. He looks over at his hat on the wall and just is like the luck blade in his hand is considering his options. And you see
what's she gonna do? What's she gonna do? Do something crazy. Do something crazy. Do something crazy.
all right. You see, ooh, what's up, Quick Step? You see he can move away without provoking AOs. And so he's kind of looking around at this and the site and everything, and you see him, he just like reaches in the pocket of some of this syndicate guy next to him and then starts running.
Oh my goodness.
And he gets to there. He does have to use his action, however, to get there. He has to dash. So he uses his sneaky moves to sneak by the golem without being hit, and puts a little distance between all of you guys. And he is like running up toward that remaining powder line that's running down the street. So the which I'll just do that with a little rectangle like so. So yes, that is the end of Shren's turn. Bruno, you're up. What do you do?
All right. Okay. So first things first. I want Brian to bite Bejita.
Dope.
Because he's like, he just saw him kill his friend.
Yeah, Brian's
So
pissed.
Yeah, Brian's real pissed off.
He has 18 AC.
Well, he gives it a go.
Oh.
You know, you see he's a great fighter. He's deflecting even the bites of the tremendous beast of Brian.
Yeah. So Brian's now on Vegeta's ass because he's pissed about him killing Thoricus. He's not about it. So that's what I'm doing with that.
Yeah.
I would like to. So, is this resetting from my reaction? Can I use this a bonus action again, or? Like, because I wanted a second wind.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you still have you have a bonus action again.
Yay. So, a 1d10, baby.
1d10 plus your level hit points. Fighter level, but you're pure fighter, so. Nice, 19.
Yay.
Oh, man.
Okay, cool. I'm getting back. Okay, cool. I'm literally back to full health because of fucking Tynna's thing. Okay, I made it. It's okay. Well, now it's time to kick some ass and take some names. So, I'm gonna slash at this guy that's right next to me first. What?
This is the dude you blocked his rapier.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
29, and I hit him with 9 slashing.
That guy ran.
I'm gonna do it again. I'm just gonna do it
he's
until
super
it's dead.
low. Yeah, one more hit would do the trick.
Well,
Ooh! What the dice have their say as well. How could I possibly? Oh, it's in my little. I'm wearing a sweater that's got that sweet little front pocket. That's where all my lighters disappear to. That sweet little pocket. It's not warm up my fingers. All right, so your second strike, unfortunately, is a miss. Almost a little too excited to see the amount of wounds that that this guy still can possess. But you come back. He's still second. That your third strike also misses Bruno. You kind of cutting him again, still kind of trying to keep your shield to protect Tynna if he wants to continue pushing past you. You with mind on protection rather than attack. You cost a couple strikes.
okay. I would like to action surge.
Ooh.
And I don't give a fuck about this dude next to me that's dying. I'm going after Shren.
All right, yeah, you see, you're only 20 feet away, so yeah, you see Shren's like sitting there, like fiddling with something. His back is to you. You saw him dodge through the grip of the golem as he kind of pranced past him, and you roll up on Shren with the big old bug.
Okay, cool. Wow. Fuck.
Oh, double ones! Oh! This is the price we paid for that other week. Where it was all them double crits. Why, Brennan? I think you've rolled two crit hits, 1 crit hit, but 3 in the past 2 games, doubles. That's insane. You go gamble at the casino. There's one like right over there.
No, man, because you can also lose it all.
You're right.
Okay.
Maybe you'll get the double ones. All right, so yeah, Brunor, your first strike, you see he looks back, he's like, he's kind of like deflecting you off. Second strike hits, 15 damage. And he is bleeding as well. So you slash into his back. You cut the back of his jacket a little bit, and you see those blue arcane tattoos are stitched all the way down his spine as well. Whatever this magic that he was imbued with that's allowed him to unleash some of these powers, it seems to be like messing with his body real bad right now by being so heavily activated. And the 14 AC unfortunately does not hit.
Garbage.
Were you marking him with that strike or no?
Yeah, always.
All right, so that that slash across the back of his jacket is now filled with coral that starts growing from his spine. He once again will not be suited to attack anybody but you. So if he so chooses.
Who knows if he will? He make it spicy.
You got anything else, Brunor?
Let me see here, baby. Boo, 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 boo. That's gonna be it for that day.
Rial, you're crouched under the hay on top of this roof up here. You look down, you see Shren starting to run down here. You see Brunor run up and start slashing away at him as he's quickly dodging away. And he's super fast, got a pretty nice AC on him. It's almost like his charisma gives him a boost to AC. It does. That's what's happening. And so you look down kind of on this field before you, Ubaru in the alleyway to your south, the golem down there, Shren near Brunor, Tynna in the middle, Thoricus kind of getting beat up a little bit, but your vision isn't really good to see him from the roof. It's like you may have missed the gorier bit of him actually getting pinned to the wall. But what do you do?
I don't know if you'd agree, but despite keeping point on all this madness going on here in the street, would I have heard that slunk of an axe hitting his torso? These elven ears?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I know when we started, the first few episodes, we were like, are we the Furious Five? Are we the Ferocious Five? We kind of went back and forth on that for a minute. But I'm fucking furious. Because I know what was left back there. No. So, absolutely an arrow right to that fucker's thick braided rope ass face.
So you see those thick ropey braids, twisted with golden tassels. As he's, you see Brian biting at him. He's kind of looking over at Ubaru. Again, Rial, you're not really aware that Thoricus is now conscious and is got some life in him, And so it's like you just hear that terrible sound. And the Furious Five start fastly. I couldn't stick that. You reach over the roof, and because you're hidden, you get advantage. Go ahead and take a shot at Bejita Salefist.
And he is within 5 feet of my ally, so he'll take another 66 if it hits. Let's see. Let's see how that goes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So.
Oh my god!
I think I'm gonna.
And then they died in the street. The end.
Oh no.
Rial, your little heart is broken. Your buddy's down, man, down. Surely you can put to swift death this asshole that would do so. But man, you're coming in too hot, bro. The emotions are too strong. You let hatred in, and if you remember, you're like, those emotions were mostly dormant for you when you were connected to the physical body of Rial. Now that you have this kind of revenant half existence, this rings a little bit differently. And so you start feeling that anger and that hatred fill your body, and you pull an arrow back, you let it loose, but just the fury, the fear of losing a friend and ally, what that would mean, like the vengeance and the sweet kiss of revenge, you just kind of let those dark thoughts, you push them aside, but you let go and the arrow does not land true, unfortunately. You see Beckus Grumblehelm doesn't even have to deflect the arrow. It just shoots, skittles off the cobblestone nearby.
Maybe Bejita noticed me because I just want to give him a little, and then cunning action hide, like pony up to the other side of the
He
room.
looks up, he's like, I swear I saw somebody giving me the bird up there. Must be the wind. No, it's the wind. It's the old man. All right, so, Rial, your strike of vengeance unfortunately didn't work. Go and give me another stealth check.
It's more of like it's a shame check. We're doing a shame check. I hate how that happened.
Sorry, but is that was, no, it wasn't 2 in a row, but it was within 4 rolls, 2 double ones. That's absolutely insane. Rial, you rolled a 2 on that first one, which again, reliable talent. Turns into a 10, so you get 8 more. 22 is your stealth, which we've already confirmed is higher than the passive perception of any of these men. So they would still suffer disadvantage. Again, they kind of know where you're at, so they can take pot shots at the roof, but they would have disadvantage in doing so.
Only fair. Still mad about it. Still mad. The dice decide.
Those fickle pitches, man. That's D&D, baby. That's D&D.
That's D&D, baby.
All right.
Hydrate.
The Rial, if you're done divot, you're up. You kind of come back to your sorts. You're standing in the road. You see your father running toward the powder keg, or the string of powder that leads up the road. You see Thoricus get pretty wrecked behind you. You see the missed arrow of Rial. What do you do?
Okay. Can I look around and see if my best of eyes sees anything that other people might not be able to?
So yes, you start looking around, now that you're back in your actual clothes, the vest of eyes. Nice. Good point, Divot. Let's do this. Select. Divot, you wipe your eyes, you wipe the vest of eyes, you wipe the many eyes, and you look and you see sitting on the rooftops all around you are these weird emerald-skinned goblins. Like the one that was using magic in the mines inside the Malachite Mountains. And amongst their ranks, to your north and south, you see a couple of them up on the roof. You don't see a second Ubaru. That's a hanger-on from before. You see that down the road from you, above on the house nearest Shren, a little goblin standing with a long flowing coat, and you see he's got 3 little juggling balls that he's tossing in the air while he's invisible, and he's just kind of passively engaged in juggling and watching the going-ons in the streets before you. But standing above the house to your west is Boxo! Up, just throwing balls in the air. What do you do?
Yes, Boxo!
Am I able to send a mental message to him or the goblins in general?
You absolutely can.
All right, so I wipe the puke from my mouth, or the shadow, whatever, and I look around the square and I see what's going on with Thoricus, and I see that Shren is trying to run away and that somebody's threatening to kill Toko, and I'm like, what happened? And I look up at the sky and I'm like, any minute, you fucking goblins! So I look like a maniac.
Yeah, everybody kind of turns and looks at you.
And I turn and I point at Bejita, and then I turn and I point at Shren, and I'm like,
David, give me a persuasion check. Just because I want to see if double ones could possibly happen again. Don't you? I believe you have it. No, that's performances.
Persuasion.
Yes,
Okay.
give me a persuasion check. See if you want to get these. See if you can talk these goblins into getting involved.
Oh man.
Ooh, not your finest. You see they all kind of like look, they're like into it at first. They all look over to Boxo, and you see he's like catches the third ball. And he holds one finger up and he's like, wait. Not yet. So yes, Boxo has not been swayed to come to your aid yet. That's part of your telepathy that you have as part of your pact with death. So you still have your actions and everything, but unfortunately, you know, they're considering it, but they are not quite yet convinced.
Okay. All right. I know it's dirty pool, but I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna cast Hold Person on Bejita.
All right, my man Bejita does get a saving throw. He is humanoid, even though he's like kind of imbued with demonic energy right now.
And if I cast it at level 3, how many humanoids do I get to cast it on?
That's a good question. Let me just double
Cast
check.
it on.
I'm on it.
Cast it on.
While I am familiar with the spell, I'm not familiar with the upcasting of the spell. Here we go. At higher levels, when you cast this using a slot of third or higher, so every level you upcast, you can target an additional humanoid for each slot above second. Humanoids must be within 30 feet of each other when you target them. What's the range of it, too? Old person, 60 feet is the range. So, obviously that does throw a little hiccup in the desired outcome there. But you do know if you put it toward a more concentrated group of people, you could hold many more of them.
No, I'm still gonna use it on Bejita, and I'm gonna give Thoricus, even though he's beat up pretty bad, I'm gonna give him a chance to wail on this guy.
All right, yeah. If you succeed, hits are auto crits. So, what kind of saving throw is it, buddy?
It might be wisdom.
Not the finest attribute of. All right, he got a 15 total. So, what's the DC?
18.
Oh, nice! Divot, your man's is down, although you see him kind of coming to life, but you look over and you see Brian biting at this guy, and you're like, nice defense you got there. Be a shame if somebody magicked you. And your whole person fucking works. He is paralyzed for a minute.
I look at Thoricus and I'm like, don't ever say I never did something for you.
I never would. Oh yeah, the tag team champions are back again.
Ooh, let me tell you something, brother. That's gonna be the end of my turn, just so I can see what you do to this guy. I am gonna bring down the thunder, brother. Ooh, we are gonna have ourselves a good time.
I like that.
Cool.
All right, Thoricus. A paralyzed man who just tried to kill you stands before you with your 15 hit points. What do you do? It's your turn. It's your turn.
Well, first I'm gonna give myself some hit points.
Nice.
Thank you, baby.
Using the second win granted you by being the chosen of the Raka.
Oh no. I'm not using second wind, but I got blinded by the light. Green lady. Yeah, we went through that. I'm high. A lot high. Thank you all so much for that.
We got more to go.
Yeah. All right. So, Vegeta's looking up at Rial on the roof and gets magic paralyzed from behind by Divot. Well, Brian's like biting at his hindquarters. Yeah, so he's not even paying attention to me in any way, shape, or form. All right, well then I'm just gonna, I'm already up, right? Like I'm alive?
Yeah. Once that's 5th edition, it's pretty nice. If you're down and you get healed, you would be prone, so half your movement would be standing up. But that's about the only penalty once you're. That's why Healing Word is like the best healing spells, the range that it has, because it'll bring it back up. And that's why having a life cleric is tight.
That's fucking dope. Thanks again, baby.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. First time, 72 episodes, that someone other than one of my teammates killed me.
Yeah.
So, fucking...
Tynna has both taken you out
and it was
and
the
brought
same
you back.
person that brought me back both times. That's 2 times back from the grave from...
2.
Old Smoothie.
You know, I can bring you into this world and take you out too.
Awesome. All right, so I would like to, of course, just summon the Bird of the Rocket, go full on Super Saiyan, just rise up like a fucking phoenix from behind him, take the ladies apart, wrap the old mithril chain around, and then like, what is it, Battle Alacrity that I get to run?
Uh-huh.
I would like to run as, like, man, let's see if I can grab it. I can probably get about there.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm just gonna yank this paralyzed motherfucker with one of the girls around his neck as hard as I can and try and like, oh God, I can't, like reverse, not pendulum, but you know what I mean? Like a pendulum hangs, but like I'm gonna try and just straight yank him over top and hammer him down on the other side.
Give him the Bam Bam a little bit.
The Bam Bam by where Shren is, you know? I'm trying to get him around here.
What if you split him in twain?
All right, so here's a couple cool things because one, I love that and it's amazing. If you don't have an inspiration point, take one because that was a lot of fun.
Oh, I was actually gonna use one for that, but
no, I'm gonna let you use it. Then.
Fucking,
now you don't have one.
Well, no.
Well, no, you used it. And now, here's by using it,
and
then you will get one back. You didn't know you were gonna get one back, so that's fair. Brian is gonna get an AOO as you drag him by. He's like, but delicious dwarf meat. So Brenna, go ahead and give me an attack of opportunity from Brian on this pair. So he has advantage, and if it hits, it's an auto crit.
Booraka. Fuck.
So.
Yeah.
Yep. So the even with advantage, unfortunately, the first bite, you see Brian kind of bite. He's not really sure. Like he's like, is this a Thoricus moment or like should I be involved in this? They keep telling me not to eat people, so I'm gonna try to not eat people. And he's proud of him. He's like,
perhaps I shouldn't just eat every man I come across. I am now an enlightened creature.
And you see he's having this deep philosophical quandary, unfortunately, in the midst of Thoricus just giving this dude the ham sandwich, coming down. Thoricus, give me your attacks. I mean, you have advantage. I know it's obviously this is all through the narrative of giving him the Bam Bam, but like, let's see how much damage you do. And remember, if you hit him, it is an auto crit.
I'm sorry. What am I rolling?
Use your weapons, like your the blade, just like your standard
thank
attacks.
you, ma'ams.
Yeah.
Yeah, give him the hot stinky cheese.
Like the narrative is you dragging him through the street and shit. But okay, so first no, second yes, third yes. That's 18. Now you also have both of those become crits, so you roll another 1d10. So roll 2d10 more. Ooh, and sorry, Thoricus, you are a great weapon master. This would apply to this moment too. That second attack, you rolled a 1, so if you wanted to re-roll that, you could.
Oh, on the Blightbringer?
On Lucille, the third attack, it says 7, but you actually rolled a 1, and because you are a great weapon, you can re-roll that.
Well.
Sweet.
So instead of 1, you did max damage, so nice.
Cool. Awesome.
So 16 instead of 7 plus 11 is 27. Ooh, he's so close, but he's hanging on, bro. You got anything else? You have a fourth attack. You have your bonus action attack.
Action attack.
Even if he's a corpse, you're still dragging him over.
I'm
one
just
way
gonna
or the
say
other.
he's not a guaranteed one hit away, but he's right in that ballpark.
You didn't drag him near me, did you?
No, I kind of like reverse wrecking balled his ass, like from one side of me and like over to the other side of me.
So it was an up and over thing.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, so you're saying it was an up and over thing?
Yeah, it was like an up and over, like one of them's.
Oh, like an up and over.
Oh, like
I'm
an up and
sorry.
over?
Like an up and
Yes.
over?
I'm sorry
I
about
think-
that.
Bam, 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 bam.
I think it was like an up and over.
That's a bonus action.
Oh! Damn! Even though it was gonna be a crit anyway, that's a rolled crit.
That's one hell of an up and over.
This bug's
Yes,
dead,
me.
and I'm gonna be honest, so hold on. Rules is, I didn't make the rules, but I totally made the rules. The fun rules, 10% of the time. All right, so Thoricus, yes, on that strike. Thoricus Onyxheart, as you bam this man around. What do you do?
I am coughing.
You see him as he's like biting on the chain as you drag him on the ground and start slamming him around. He's like, how is it possible? I gave everything I had to kill you. How?
Yeah.
How are you
Yeah,
back?
you did. Yeah, you had everything. I was trying to teach you how to do everything, yet you hated me. The one person looking out for you the whole time. And now you tried to take everything from me. You set me up for a death that I'm not even sure fucking happened right now. You've always looked up to me, but hated me at the same time, and all I ever wanted for you was the best.
You see, the chains are pulled against his throat. He spits a little blood out and looks at you. You were the best. And that's why I hate you. And he spits a bunch of blood into your face. The burning shadow of Synthesis, his corrupted soul, lies bare within you. The beating of his chest, faster and faster. Divid and Rial, you can't help but hear the accelerated pace of his heart as he looks his greatest enemy in the eyes.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you feel that way. It's unfortunate. Because now I want the best for my other friends. The people who mean the most to me. And I'm going to give them that shot. And
I'll kill every last one of your friends. And he's like, he knows he's cooked, but he's like, fuck you.
well, then I'm just going to, because I did hit him, I'm going to use one of my superiority to die. And that inspiration point I just got back, I'm going to use it again so I can move two of my friends to do like a double dragon strike through his fucking body as I'm holding him, and both grab that acorn and just fucking go to town on that bitch. Y'all are willing to give up fighting your dad to come and save me, or sacrifice your fighting buddy and your mount? I'll give up this kill. We can be friends.
Thoricus, you draw the chain of your weapon, and from the ground you raise him up almost like a puppet connected by the strings of this chain weapon that you now are learning to master. You kind of pull, and you see his body pulls up in front of you. Rial, Divot, the beating heart. He knows, he's standing before the executioner's axe. But so called are both of you currently equidistant from the same point. How cool is that? Thoricus, if you want to use your inspiration point, I will allow you guys to both take the movement to be standing next to Bejita and Thoricus.
Boom goes the dynamite. Let's, you boys eat up. That acorn ain't gonna eat itself. You chose poorly, Bejita. You had everything, and you fucked it up because you didn't know what you had.
I will
That's what
hunt
makes me
you
better than
in hell, Stone Reaver.
Well, I'll see you there.
This guy talks too fucking much, and I'm right here to help my best friend. I want to whip out the throat fucker, cram that right in his mouth, and pull him back so Divot can dive on in for that acorn.
You know, he's fish hooking him back.
These dogs don't eat.
Yeah, scrimshaw, bone arms, right up. Like, but I don't go through the rib cage. I come up all the way from down where his hips are, and just like, and like grab the acorn out of him, and then like pull it out.
You know, he's unable to move, still paralyzed by this magic as you just like pierce, you know, just violate this his body and with your skeletal hands. Just
I've got like weird blue blood all over me from him.
yeah, and you start feeling that acorn. You know, Divot, you've been present for many consumptions of these, but you feel its power bleeding out in front of you. For a moment, you know, you almost wish to just consume it all by yourself until you feel the magics of Rial there as well. You feel that kind of shared destiny between the two of you. You know, you feel the draw on this acorn from both sides. Now, I'll be real, Divot, in this moment, you're by the acorn. So you can choose, you know, Thoricus allowed you guys to move, but it's up to you. Do you want to consume the acorn yourself, or do you want to split it between you and Rial?
He just flipped it. What happened?
Oh, he's got the coin.
Oh, shit.
I eat it.
All right. You see he's kind of, you know, chained up in this moment. Divot, you reach through. You see the acorn in your hand. You know, the compelling shared destiny of you and Rial to split it. But this dark power, so similar to the dark power that you just tasted before. You know, it wets your dry lips as you look down, and your cracked skin kind of splits as you look down on it. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's in my mouth, right? And I bite down on it. And it splits in half, like, perfectly in my mouth. And I'm like, ah. And then I, like, spit it out into my hand. Half of it. And I, like, throw it over to Rial. And I'm just like, ah.
Rial, you see Divot offering you this acorn of death. What do you do?
If I can mage hand it while it's on its way.
Heck yeah, you can, because that's dope as shit.
Stop it. Let's shoot. And it's in the ledger domain, so it's invisible, but I'm grateful you offer this, but I think you would make better of it. And like start to lean it towards him a little bit. Like if he wants to take the whole thing, man, he is a generous.
Take a bite. In between.
Yeah, that's fine with me. He's over there, right?
That's fine with me too.
Okay, but then hold on.
Like Brian just did this between the two of them, goes like,
Okay. I want to share it with Brian, right? And then we have like a little triangle around Thoricus. Mm-hmm. And this is gonna sound crazy, but I kind of want to try to fractionate him.
What?
Like when we get this quickening from these acorns or whatever, mm-hmm. and my connection with Rial, mm-hmm. and his connection to Thoricus, so mm-hmm. he's like the divining rod to Thoricus and the connection to me and stuff, and we're all like, I don't know, like.
You don't know how to do that though, right?
We've seen a lot about it recently.
You know what? I guess the people
I am of that magic. Like I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the fractionation ritual.
I guess you're right.
None of us would be.
Well, and the people that did it to me that fucked up.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I am just compelled to. Like you're the only one of us that it didn't happen to.
Well, what's that gonna do?
I don't know.
All right, then let's do that. Right?
Yeah, bro. Let it ride.
Oh, fucking go.
All right.
Oh my God.
So, let's do this in order here. We're gonna go with Brian first.
Oh my god.
You see, kind of floating these spheres of dark power before each other, but the shape is, not just by metaphor, but they look like little acorns. But you see it split, just floating around, and Brian's like, probably shouldn't. And he's just sitting there, and it's like, everyone's taking so long. Man, no, don't do it, Brian. Don't, you're better than this. You're better than this. You're better than. Maybe just if I took a little bite, just a little. And you see, he just reaches out, and one half of the dark power of the acorn from within, Bejita Salefist, is consumed by Brian, who once again, you see his body start violently transforming like it did the time before. You see his shoulders once more break out of socket. At first you're worried that he might be feeling immense pain as you watch these large shapes under his skin push at all the edges. His giant wings flap out and then they start to wither away. And you see no longer the green skin, but the bones that remain underneath as the outer layer of Brian literally melts away by magic. And no longer Brian the Dracodile, but Brian the Dracolich. You see this skeletal dragon that says, I'm sorry, I don't have art for this because how in the hell would I have known that this was going to happen? But I do have some nightmare fuel anyway. But yeah, so you see Brian, like the skin, the muscles all melt away in this pool of black that's now at his feet. But he doesn't seem injured. You see him as his massive bones like drip with magic energy, kind of looks around. Oh, yes. Whoa, Bruno. Whoa, bro. And he like runs up to you and he's like super excited and he's like beating his little bone wings.
Bro, you're okay, bro. And I like hug him, but it hurts. I'm like, ow, but I don't care.
You see Shren is just like standing there like eyes agape after witnessing this cosmic magical event as you and Brian now have this little celebration nearby. We shift back over to the other half of this little magic conundrum, and you see, hung up by the chains of Thoricus, Onyxheart, and now pierced by the twin magics of the shared revenants of Rial and Divot, almost like skewered by three directions, not too dissimilarly from Dr. Gast's corpse as you arrived on the beach. And you all kind of reach into him, and Divot, you start to turn your mind to the fractionation magic. Now you've seen some of it written on scrolls. You have witnessed two visions that took place with it. You mentioned that you have recently seen these things. I'm going to give you advantage on a DC 20 Arcana check.
That's like saying you watched a YouTube video on it.
Can I cast guidance on myself?
Yes, I'll allow it. Heck yeah. If this was Baldur's Gate 3, it would be like, do you want to add any bonuses? So I'm totally fine with that. Probably just because I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3.
I got this.
Great game.
Gotta check the cliff notes. You're like,
Yeah. Just read about it real quick.
Yeah, this is super dope. Of course you can have. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What was? I'm sorry. What was it again?
Arcana check, DC 20, and you get to add a D4 to your roll with advantage.
22. Don't even.
oh,
Ooh. Okay.
Don't even
But I
need
will, because I did it.
You see Divot as you. Yeah! Just to peep it over that 25. Nice 26 Arcana there, Divot. All right, you guys, you're sitting there in this kind of cosmic influence of magic between the three of you. Tynna, you can't help but, even though you see Brian's transformed shape run past you, you look back and you see this kind of like display in front of you as this evil magic has been torn out, now consumed, now shared amongst them. In order to, you see Divot kind of summon around the magic to try to fractionate Thoricus, right? You're like trying to fractionate Thoricus. Is that your plan?
Yeah, and I don't even really know what that means or what this is going to do. But
No,
for
I love
this
that.
reason, I am compelled to do this. So,
All right, Divot, you.
Something in the back of my mind.
Tell someone that.
Ooh, bro. If you didn't have advantage, I'd have given it to you. You know how your boy loves the back of your mind. All right, guys. Yes, in the back of your mind, Divot, you're like, I know what to do. And you kind of start moving up onto this guy. You think about the magics, the arcing, the symbols, the runes that you've recently mastered in your time near the tier of the primordials, these strange magics, these sigils, these legends. You know, all this magic in this moment is kind of like mixing together in your mind as you're attempting to cast a very powerful magic ritual. You channel the right focus. And similarly to how you did when you knocked Bejita Salefist out of the body, or out of the world of nightmares, you see you just kind of like snap your fingers and he's just cast to the ground next to you. And you're like looking at Thoricus like extremely intently, and you start walking up, and in the similar, again, Tilda Swinton, Doctor Strange, just give him the shaboop, like the spirit punch to the chest. And I'm so sorry. I have this though, and it's dope.
Get shaboobied?
Get your booby.
Oh.
Boobies?
I'm going to shabooms.
You see knocked out of the back of Thoricus Onyxheart is this strange twisted inversion of him. Dark skin, a neon electric red beard, but where his eyes and like nose would be, there's nothing but this like pure white inverted light. That strange red fire that burns off of Thoricus from the heat of the Raka is changed into this white burning bright light that burns as he like kind of floats out of the back of him, Divot. You watch as his spirit, like breaking through glass, pierces the veil of the realm in front of you. You know, you see Ubaru's like, what? How is this possible? And you see that strange shadow figure of Thoricus just like turns his head up north toward the Sky Shrine peaks and flies away as this like glass of the realm starts to fall around you. Thoricus, you don't feel too much different. You know, you look down upon yourself, but as you look back, you can't help but make eye contact with this strange inverted version of yourself. Let me bring him in here. But yeah, you get like
Holy shit.
So yeah, it's like Dark Link. You see the shadow form of you is now flying. I'll just make him big. Is now flying, burning like a white rocket in the night, just shooting toward the Sky Shrine peaks to the north. You, Brunor, you kind of like look up. You know, you see this being floating away, and you hear this crunching sound behind you, and you turn, and Brian has Shren in his mouth.
Yeah,
and he's just bit the top half of him, and he like lifts him up in the air. And that's where we're gonna pick it up after our brief intermission, my friends.
Oh my god.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Oh, dudes, I said it was gonna be a long one. I can't lie. I'm having too much fun, and there's just one more really nice thing to go, and I'm very excited for it. So, oh my God, buds, this next our intermission this time is an ode to two men, Vlad Kolonik and Sandy Stein. Vlad Kolonik has created so much of the amazing artwork, almost all the ads that you see, the big giant group images, over 100 pieces of art that sit on this table now were created by this guy. And so this is just a little slideshow of just some of his series. He's up to series 8 now. He's done little series of Monsters of the World, of Weed&d and Ganjaria. And as we get toward the world of Ganjaria, pretty soon we get to bring all these little pictures to life. So thank you so much to those guys. Thanks so much to you guys. I'm having a blast and a half. Oh my God.
Yeah!
So we will be back here. And like I said, about 5 minutes to close out the prologue to Ganjaria.
Yeah.
What?
Ooh.
Welcome back, buds, to WeeDnD, the pod positive live tabletop role-playing experience. Holy crap, what a game, what a bunch of beautiful art, what a bunch of beautiful human beings. What a great fucking time. Holy shit, we're in the final stretch, guys, and the epicness is, we're taking the cap off. So, guys, we got a lot to do, and I say we jump right the fuck back in. We are back in the cobblestone streets of the city of Nombaldir, the walled city once great, notoriously impenetrable during times of war, now fall into disarray. You all kind of stand in the street after watching this strange magic ritual occur to Thoricus, this strange darkness that shattered this glass between the veils, between the many planes. And in the wake, as you see him fly off to the north and you look upon the distant tall peaks of the Skyshrine Peaks that reach up, even beyond the cloud line and touch almost the sky itself. Now that this glass has been broken, you start to see on the far off horizon these little twinkles of magic color, purple, pink, blue, and green, as they all seem to kind of be swirling around near the top of this mighty peak. Currently, however, Brunor, you're standing there. You see the look of on the face of Tynna Smoothhands as she looks up and sees her father, half in the mouth of Brian, the Dracolich, who now tops him up in the air. As he goes, you see the luck blade in Shren's hand, almost like in Mario Brothers. It's like ping, ping, and it like bounces a couple times. Rial, you see it naturally just drawn to you. And as the blade bounces into your hand, you hear the voice, "I have been returned at last. Let us go forth and pierce the shadow." The luck blade has been returned to you. Tynna, you look on into the mouth of Brian the Dracolich, and you see that a decision needs to be made. Is Brian going to eat your father, or will you, or Divot, step in? What do you guys do?
Brian looks pretty hungry. So, I think I'm gonna let Brian chomp him out a little bit longer and
just let him have a little chew on him. See if he has
anything to say, see if Shren has anything else.
Yeah, you're like maybe grind your teeth a little bit or whatever. You see Brian kind of repositions him in his mouth, and the back half of his shoulders and face spill out. You see his balding head, his big bright red sideburns as he's just kind of like hanging back. That platinum eye from where his previous eye had been gouged out. You see him looking down, and he sees you, and you see Tynna for the first time. He looks at you with pride, and he's like, "Oh, look at that. She likes to see the pain. She wants to see me suffer." "Oh, you are my daughter, all right."
And it's that disgusts me so much. I just look at Brian and I signal for him to not drop him, but not kill him. And I approach Divot and I'm like, we have to. If I could do it under my breath. He's like, Shred is over there writhing in pain.
Yeah, he falls. You see Brian just lets him down. He falls from 8 feet up, onto the ground. He's like, ah. You see, as Brian just kind of looks down on him, could wreck him at any time. He's just looking around. You see, he reaches for his hat instinctively, but it's not there. You see that it's on the other side still. He doesn't have it to teleport away like he would in this situation, and he is writhing on the ground. Go ahead, Tynna.
Yeah, Divot, I don't want to give him the pleasure. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. And frankly, I don't want Death to have to deal with this asshole. So how could we humiliate him on this plane, do you think?
Okay, well, real quick, I'm going to burn my Misty Step to pop over to the hat, put the hat on, and then use the hat to pop right back.
All right, so Divot, there's 5 charges of teleport in this hat. So it gets to as many as 10. It's a pretty powerful magic item. But currently it has 5 charges. So each teleport would be a charge. I know you want a little bit of flair. I'm just letting you know you would have 4 charges remaining.
That's fine.
You teleport back. You see the same arcane energy that's damned you with the escapes of Shren to this point. Divot, where do you want to pop up?
Right over near Tynna and Shren.
You see these Syndicate guys are all like, just kind of backing up. They don't want to get eaten by this crocodile, but they're too scared to run away. The stone golem is standing by. You see the dude that had the knife up to Toko's throat is like, man, I could have lived a better life. He like puts the knife down and he's like, whatever I get, I deserve. I'm the worst. And he's just like really disappointed himself that you guys gave him this other chance. Here he is, yet again, knives to people's throats. Just, you know, you gotta do something with those opportunities. To quote Eminem, you only get one shot. The sage, Eminemus, great sage.
Tynna, the words you said spoke to me in both a literal and emotional sense. I don't want to burden death with Shren, because that would just be burdening myself. And I think back to like the Shadow Dragon and how it could just make things not exist anymore. And I reach deep down into me and I see if there's like any of that Shadow Dragon left in me. And I try to just zap Shren, and maybe Tynna can help me. Like, maybe we can zap this guy out of existence.
Yeah. I mean, like, so recently I've had an encounter with the Green Lady, you know, perhaps asking me to take on her role as life. So maybe I can channel that, you know, like the opposites, the yin yang of it all. We can, you know?
Yeah, that's super cool. All right. So, Divot, the way that Shadow Dragon's breath weapons work is if it reduces you to 0, you turn into a shadow. Now, rather than inflicting an undead soul with like that torment of undeath, you know, giving him such a disgrace, you're basically saying you're going to use that same power to just use the counteracting light to your darkness to just absolve the world of his existence. And perhaps it's your first decision as brother and sister, and perhaps the twin energies of the same life force. You know, Tynna changed in your journey. You know, once you would have been the darkness, where Divot the light, and each of you have kind of shifted into this new role, and perhaps better suited on either end of the spectrum. The two of you look down upon this man, Shren Oldbuck. I wouldn't call him your father. He never protected you. He never did anything to help you in the world. If anything, he longed to make you strong so that he could utilize you for his own gains. And Rial, even you can't help but see those starking parallels between you and your own father, selling you into your service to Urgon, how his gambling debts and these vices have gone to corrupt entire lives that extend far beyond just the actions themselves. And you see Shren there before you, you know, kind of a withered man on the ground, down to almost nothing, and he looks up at you, and you see that platinum eye. Psh, it just shines with magical light one more time. And you see, almost to acknowledge what you're trying to do, you see with his last breath, he's trying to do everything that he can to summon whatever magic power remains within these arcane scrawlings on his body. And he looks at both of you together as a blight on his life and his existence, and he starts reaching his hand out to both of you. I had power! And he just reaches out, and at the same time, you all just kind of connect to the same magical point. And Shren is gone.
Had. Past tense.
Shren.
You hear the kind of murmurs of the Syndicate members nearby, and then suddenly, piercing the shadows, you know, as the body of Bejita Salefist falls to the ground, you know, Thoricus now, you know, this strange moment of magic that just occurred to you, Rial, these connections to your own history and past, the cosmic magics that bring you guys together. You hear, well, perhaps Boxo can help with that. Hey, one of those. And you just see from another rooftop down the way, one of his goblins shoots a little fire torch at the burning powder in the road. And it ignites it one more time. You see it burning down the road, and suddenly on top of the rooftop, you see Boxo's like, brrr, drum roll, please. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's Boxo! And you see this giant explosion from the auction house behind you guys as all of the miscreants that had gathered to get word of this selling of this luck blade that came to absorb this wish to see out their sinister demands. Their greed has led them to their very demise as what could only be described as a fuck ton of powder explodes and takes out an entire city block of the city of Nombuldir. You feel the concussive blast kind of push through the streets. It rattles some windows. You know, you hear just things blowing around on the ground. A tremendous blast as Boxo in the sky whoosh, kind of hops down off the roof. Whoosh. Well, what do you say, boys? Want to work for me? And he kind of finger guns a couple prestidigitations in the air, and he does a little backflip, and you see all the Syndicate guys are like, and they're all looking at you, and Boxo looks, he's like, look, someone's gotta fill this gap. Better the goblin you know than the goblin you Boxo! And he does a little backflip, and yes, there before you stands Boxo the goblin. What do you do?
Holy shit. Oh my god, Boxo.
Got it.
Oh, Boxo.
Yes. Boxo, you crazy son of a gun, you crazy guy. What's going on, Boxo? We've missed you.
Ah, grave news from your wizard friend. And he points past you to Ubaru. And you see Ubaru's kind of looking into this stone. And those of you that can actually see, you know, let's move him into the street. You see the little orb that he's pondering as he's looking in. You're seeing like it almost looking in through like a snowball or like a Christmas ball. Whatever, snow globe. That's the word I've been desperately searching for. Like looking into a snow globe. You see the entirety of the Malachite Mountains, you know, in the top you can almost see like right at the base, like, oh, that's where Emerald would be. Emerald, that's right, I said the right one, damn it. You see like the cave entrance from where you would come in, you know, it's like a bird's eye view of the mountain itself, and Ubaru's looking down, he's like,
yes, I think it's time we had a talk, my friends, and we're going to need some help.
You see he kind of points through, and where that glass has broke, you start hearing this like, and you look up and you can kind of start seeing these outlines in the sky as this strange glass, these layers between these two realities, this magical realm and this of the prime material plane, they start breaking.
He's like, the blade is back. It is yours. Destiny awaits for you, as we had seen so long ago.
Real, you see, he kind of looks over at you, and for a moment you see his face shift, and he is one of those strange hooded figures around the circle of the tier of primordials. Beside him, Auntie Agatha, at the time an archmagus, not yet a night hag, but the circle is now filled in. You see all the players at play within the seal of the primordial, and in this vision that just Ubaru shoots into your mind, you realize that he was there, explaining some of his high magic stuff that you've noticed, his ability to walk beyond barriers he shouldn't, and some of his unforeseen knowledge. But in this moment, as he looks at you, you notice you've seen his face before in your vision around the tier of the primordials.
Yes, Real. It is true. I am not the old man I pretend to be.
You see he kind of stands up, you know, his shoulders go back, his big white beard as he looks upon you. Same kindly face, but you can sense a greater power within him.
He says, I am indeed one of the Shekinah. I was there when they wrote the prophecy. And it was up to me to see the blade returned.
You see he looks over to you, Real, and the luck blade in your hand.
To the Shadow Piercer.
Box was like, well, I don't know about all that stuff, but I got a city to run, so you guys need any help? Can I help you? Do you need what do you need? Anything?
Are you gonna take over the city?
Oh yeah, definitely. We're super. I think we kind of already are. And you look around and you notice that 2 of the Syndicate members, like it's standing down the street, suddenly their capes open, and it's like there's 2 goblins standing inside of their jacket, and it's like goblins. Box's people have been around, and might be part of the reason there wasn't so many guard positions and stuff as you guys came in. But yeah, it's like he's like, oh yeah, this city'll suit me real nice. I like the walls.
I high five Boxo. Are you
Oh wow! Hold on. He tries like a backflip high five.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
I catch it. I maybe start a little bit of joshing just because it's just.
You have advantage because Boxo's there. Any joshing in the presence of Boxo, is all powerful.
Well.
All right. You not your finest Josh still. The dice have dissuaded us from a quality Josh, the likes of which we'd like. But, you start bringing the energy in and you see Boxo's like, yeah. And how do you try to Josh right now, Bruno? Let's see what was that like?
Well, I just like give him the high five, and then like I keep kind of high fiving, and I think like we're doing our like the flips and stuff, like doing that for like a little bit too long, like
yeah.
like we're like cool, and everyone else is like there's still some shit we have to do, like we need to get to the Malik, we need to get places, like come on and finish. That's kind of how that goes.
Yeah, Boxo's totally in. Like he'll go as far as you'll go with him. He's like, yeah, boom, oh man, and he's just kind of dancing. He's like, every plan of mine is the best. I know everything, and he's just like super proud of himself. It's like you can almost look in every window around you. You see goblins like half moved in already. Like, all right, put up the goblin bookshelf. Here we go. And you see some of those emerald-skinned goblins now fill the ranks. The magic-using goblins from Melora. And so, you kind of, again, Ubaru unfortunately has to cut through the fine element of Josh, and he's like, unfortunately, heroes, it is here where my limited magic remains. You see, he looks at the orb in front of you, and he looks at the staff, and he looks off in the far horizon. He's like, it is already too late. And he points his stick over. And as you look, you see this crack in the sky, similarly to the glass that cracks all around you. And as if exploding from the heavens, you see the roof just blow out from the clouds. These splintered shards of magic all around. As you see this massive tree, it fills the entire horizon in front of you. Twisted vines that wrap around at the size of mountains that just begin to spill out of the void in front of you. You look as this shattered glass starts spilling all around. You see in each of the reflections of the fragmented glass this massive magical tree that swirls with this purple, black, and blue energy, the cosmic power of the Feywild itself. You see as this large pink wave starts blowing out from the distant horizon, and at an almost divot like the time when you witnessed all the great armies converging, you can sense in a cosmic way this cloud of death just spilling out from this magical wave of dust. You see the cloud continues cutting towards you at a speed by which you could never run away, and in that very moment right before the cloud bursts in front of you, you see Ubaru. He sets his staff down. And this big wave of magical energy starts resealing the broken glass. And just as the pink cloud is about to wash over you guys, the fractured parallel universe is shielded away once more. And you look only again on the horizon of the Skyshrine Peaks with its swirling magics around it. You see Ubaru like holding on to this confluence of magic. You look around and realize that the Syndicate members, Boxo himself, who's started juggling again, you now see his balls are like suspended in midair, like they're all moving extremely slowly, except for all of you. You look around, even Brian himself is somewhat slowed by this magic, but Brunor, Tynna, Thoricus, Rial, and Divot, you all kind of lock eyes as you realize that he's doing somewhat similar to the time stop that Divot experienced with his high magic roll that time. So he's altered the flow of time in this moment. And you see he's like, we must go. We have very little time before that vision becomes a reality. And he starts like bursting with magic energy. And you see this orb of magic washes out around him as each of you are kind of summoned over to him. And I'm missing it. She's under them squares. That's why I could. And that's a wrap on Squares, everybody. Thanks, Squares. Thanks for all the work that you've done. Honestly, Squares, we couldn't have done it without you. It's been a crap load of squares, and it's been pretty freaking magical. All right. So, you see that orb that you guys are in just kind of lifts up into the air as if gravity is not affecting you at all. And Divot, you and Real probably have spent a little time in these pseudo-magical realms and have kind of gotten used to the feeling of this, but you're wrapped up in this orb of invulnerability that he lifts you up into in the air. And you can kind of feel the pressure, especially you, Divot, of time itself kind of bending against this orb. This vision that you saw, this summoning of this great massive tree that would destroy the world with a wave of magic, is a reality. It is but one of the many multiverses, but it is on its way here. And so he intends to have you all stop that from happening. You see, he kind of circles his hand, and you see the great expanse open up between you and the Sky Shrine peaks. And suddenly the orb just... You start flying over, Many of you have never seen the long barren plains north of Nombuldir, where the old armies were fed from ancient farmlands, now long since left delayed. The rotting farmlands all around just remind you of the better times of this area, but how far things have fallen. The men of this world continue fighting for power, for gain. As Greyland has posited, the dark forces that reach in and deal dealings and give power and shift the balance. Nobody's given a fair shot, save the few with the power to bend the world to their will. This balance is ever present in front of you as it has been in the encounters before you. Shren Oldbuck and Bejita Salefist, both willing to be so vile and hateful until the very end. You see the spectrum of the bar fight, the same bar almost exactly as you guys had fought in so long ago in the refugee camp. And so it's just these parallels, these loops, and although you can't help but remember the visions that you had when floating through the cosmic shadows, where you saw those 5 lights continuously grow until a darkness grew from them and then was defeated once more. And so that cycle, that loop of magic, of all these confluence of purpose and destiny and choices that you've made along the way have now brought you all here. I'm gonna bring it over, and then I'm gonna take you guys there.
Oh.
All right.
The cat wants to see the map. Oh.
Wow.
You, almost piercing through a thick layer of time and space, appear floating above the Sky Shrine peaks. You see, at the very top of the mountains, after they've pierced the cloud, the very top of the clouds. It's said these mountain peaks could go all the way to the realm of the gods themselves. You see now, like many things, nothing more than myth. However, there's a swirling concourse of magic, both fey, shadow, and just material of the weave itself. You see this giant setting, floating island, the top of the mountains of the Malachite Mountains, Melora's head itself, now inverted, flipped upside down, and on its base, a hidden temple that's been rooted and hidden away. Beams of light shoot into the heavens from it as this magic energy all seems to center at one point, this large thrust of green magical energy that's forcing its way down. From your vantage point, you look, and Ubaru says,
"It is time that you all realize the potential of your spirit. Look at how the world is changed by your actions."
He waves his hand, and suddenly the walls of the ball around you become a vision of the grounds beneath, at the base of the mountains of the Sky Shrine peaks, where the great armies of the world have gathered. And as this strange pink mist begins to fall over them, you see the looks on the faces of the gathered armies of the realm of men all start getting transfixed. You've seen it before, the same kind of mind control effect that you all had during the pink mist, as these large clouds of pink mist begin to fall down the base, signaling the beginning of the great ritual. The tree will be summoned soon, but the armies begin fighting each other and keeping each other at bay. You see the forces of the Feywild start kind of spilling down the side of the mountain. You know, pixies and redcaps and some of those strange Spriggan soldiers that you saw at the behest in the battlefield of the Fey. You see them spilling down the side of the mountain and rushing the realm of men. The steel-born army, the great mechanized suits begin climbing up, unfettered by the material of ground that would stop the military from just marching right up the side. These giant mechanical bodies start climbing up the base of the mountain. The pink mist washes over them, and they don't have the same minds as most humanoids. They seem immune to this strange pink mist's effect. The mist continues downward, and you see the armies of men start turning on themselves. But one force strangely not present. That of Graylin Faragor and the Fellsworn Kingdom. You watch as the Fey beasts start to gain swell on the armies of men, being driven back and forced to fight amongst themselves while these strange pixies and spirit goblins start attacking the vulnerable troops. You see the forces begin turning, begin fleeing away, having no purpose in this battle other than a fear of what is to come. And as the men and the lines and the formations begin to break, you hear a great cry over the hilltops. Hello! Suddenly, from this swirling, spitting magic at the top of the Sky Shrine peaks, you see the large green smiley face of our man Glorp. Appearing out of this swelling chaos of confusion of this confluence of events and this strange epic battle that's taking place. You see, he looks down, and with a wave of his little green spectral arm, you hear the marching troops of our many soldiers, the Chaboys, the too blessed to be stressed, let's get them. We got the silent G's. What else we got? Come on, fill in the blanks here. What else we got? It was
I can't remember.
Oh my gosh.
Notes.
I have Powder Up North.
Powder Up North.
No. And then there was also the masturbate.
The masturbate, yes.
Yeah.
One
yeah.
surviving
The
member of the
silent
masturbate
cheese.
made it as well.
Silent cheese.
And you
And the
see through this
silent
little
cheese.
magic portal that's whisked away by the arm of Glorp, your friends and allies, the soldiers of the battle at the Winter Kingdom, join into the fray. The great generals, you hear doink split the air, and you hear the hiccups of Hiccup. You see Rivet comes out with a little bomb at the ready. He's ready to let her go, even though he's moved on and found new love. The Powder Up North stealthily begin moving across the Fey, and they seem to be holding their own as they've learned their battle maneuvers from the ranks of you guys in the great battle in the Fey War. Another cry pierces over the mountaintops as you hear these little reptilian cries. As you hear the beating, flapping wings of a bunch of winged kobolds. Flying on the back of them in a nice white robe, you see David, the kobold priest of Kurtlemock, having gathered the kobold nations together, forming and coming off the ranks of the hilltops, flying down and engaging in the battle. The battle seems pretty balanced now as the forces, of both the Feywild and now you see from the creeping shadows of the Shadowfell, this epic war transpires from the twinned magics of all these three realities that you each have experienced on your journey along the way. They all seem strangely fixed on this temple at the top of this island. As the ranks begin to break and you see some of the forces of the Fey and Shadowfell combined too strong, suddenly the orb, the small pondering orb that Ubaru has had, shatters. And you hear the voice of Melora the Mountain.
It is I that give my body to you. Bring you your ranks. Turn against the darkness. Save the realms.
And you see in the orb as it disappears in front of you, the Malachite mountains themselves give way, and the stones of the earth, its ability to move through the ground with its primordial strength, suddenly draws the form of the mountains, gathering with it the other armies of you all. So here come, boom, the stone army. You see the gargoyles and the stone army gathered from the ranks of from the city of Elmira. You see the charging hordes of the Stone Reavers, the Burakan Stone Reavers. You see Kona even, kind of running at the side with his bow at the ready. Even Hapoko the Sack, having been teleported, that's probably the only way he'd get there. He's just like, and you see he's got a big crossbow, and he's just like leaning against a rock, like eating berries, shooting his crossbow, like, yes, just eating very warm blueberries. You see, so as the ranks are kind of gathered and bolstered by the combined might of those that you've helped along the way, you look down and you see, let's do it. It's basically the Avengers Endgame moment. You see all these magic portals open up on the ridge line nearest where this battle is taking place. You see the stone armies battling against Shadowfell creatures, kobolds, biting at each other in the sky as they fight these pixie spirits from the Feywild. And you see, standing at the base of the mountain, suddenly emerging from these portals, the Fellsworn army. As the entire ridgeline is filled with the army of purple and silver, standing at their helm, the king, the lord of light and shadow, Graelyn Faragor, the Griever king. They all step out, and these whirling portals are still spinning behind them, and you see they raise their hand up. And then from the top of the mountain, this blue mist begins falling down. And you see as the Steelborn army that's climbing up the rocks is suddenly covered in blue mist, they freeze in place. And you watch as the yellow life essence of whatever it is within the souls of these Steelborn creatures begins being drawn out and sent back up as food toward the top of this tree. These strange tendrils, almost as if roots of this massive tree, start reaching down from the swirling magic at the base of this mountain, and they start feeding on these withered lights. You see Graelyn raises his sword in the air as if to prepare the armies to march, and as he watches this blue mist wash over, you see he looks upon the field. Man turned on men, fighting each other. The battle, the Steelborn, this mechanized army that should see them through the day, so easily stopped. He stands on the mountaintop, looks at the battle, looks up as if he can see you all floating above the mountaintops. And he turns around and he points his sword back through the portals. You see the ranks of the Fellsworn stand uneasy as their king disappears and teleports away from the battlefield. You see those that have sworn allegiance to his story and his legend follow suit. As you watch the ridge in front of you start to decline in number. Those that remain, led by Sumner Milton and Tynna. You see them running down the hilltop. It's no time to be sad. Come along. We're here to fight. You see Sumner Milton kind of gliding down, ordering troops along, and you see what remains of the Fellsworn army being led. Oh, sorry. That's on the wrong layer. That's all you're gonna get. Being led by Sumner Milton and Tynna. The remnants of the Fellsworn army remain, while the King Graelyn Faragor and the bulk of his army retreat. You watch this cosmic battle. If only you could be there. If only there was something you could do. Surely, Ubaru has a reason. And you see, points forward, and you see the orb floats over the top of this pyramid in the sky, ejecting these light beams, and you all float down inside. The sound of war disappears. The swirling maelstrom of magic that's blinded your senses for so long and crushed against you is now gone. You hear the hollow echo of an empty temple. You hear Ubaru. He settles down, and you can see he's been gravely, wounded by summoning such immense magical power. The broken pieces of his orb, have stabbed into his hand as he summoned the magic to bring your troops to this confluence, this battle, to perhaps distract you all and give you the time needed to do what he sees must be done. He looks up at you all.
I am sorry. I could not tell you sooner. I had to know that you were who we needed. And I see you are.
He kind of settles down.
My magics are weak. But only you can enter the temple of Eternus.
You see, he points his hand, and let me bring you guys over. Out of the void of darkness in this hollow temple feel, you guys see the outlines of these glowing red windows appearing in the darkness before you. Let me just double check because things are wonky. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So before you sits a great stone stairwell, seemingly made, Divot, you can't help but notice, almost of the same stuff as the staircase that leads to the throne of death himself. You look upon an elven a door that summons itself into the rocks before you. This swirling confluence of magic kind of spilling out of the windows itself, as if so much magic is being contained within that it can't help but wisp out of these windows. Divot Real in the pit of your stomachs, you can't help but feel the dark calling of the Lord of Shadow, Sythis. He lies just beyond this elven door. Brunor, a twinge of your own in the back of your mind, as the thoughts of your sister start filling your mind once more. How long it has been since you laid eyes on her, and what's transpired between you, her, and your kingdom. Thoricus, you can't help but keep being reminded of the last time you saw Beckus, when you saw the shadow of Sythis claw into him, and then his body was mostly gone, and then he appeared, but you felt no different. You suddenly, the tide was turned against you. Sythis teamed with Bejita and turned your people against you, getting you shunned out all along. That itching darkness, that shadow, that echo of the Blightbringer that you witnessed when you were in the plane of the Shadowfell itself, it also calls at you from within. You all stand on the stairwell before this doorway. What do you do?
So we're going in the door, right? Yeah. Cool, chill, dope,
Okay.
tight,
Super.
great.
Yo, you know what would be really dope, Bruno? What if there's 6 of us, right? And there's 6 windows. What if we took the windows instead?
Bro, you know that's how I love to enter every place.
Wait, through the windows in the walls?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
You look
Is there
at
a
the
time
deep
we
ruby
should not
glass.
do that?
It's pretty thick. You're not positive how hard you'd have to go through it, but you're pretty sure you could go through it. You're all pretty strong.
Is the sweat dripping off anyone's balls, or?
Thank you.
Let me check. Roll for sweat balls.
I love that one.
We have been sitting for a while.
Roll for sweat balls, everyone. Roll for sweat balls.
Rolling for sweat balls.
Yes, it's a yes all around.
Okay.
The eyes have it.
What would be the check that you'd want for all of us to be able to run and jump through those windows?
Yeah.
I mean, it's too dope. Let me just give it a, okay.
What do you think?
I'll tell you what would help it happen.
He's speaking.
Divot, do you have a handy shatter spell slot by chance?
Of course.
Super handy.
I'm not going to say that Divot shattering these windows and you all jumping in them at the same time would be fucking super awesome and cool, but it would be, and let's fucking do that because that sounds sweet.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's not like we can do it next episode, so.
Yeah, do something crazy. But it is going to burn a spell slot, my friend.
Shatter.
Yeah, that's fine.
Shatter.
Can you hit the doors with the shatter and then it breaks all the windows as it hits the doors and then the doors open? No.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably have to hit near the middle to get all the windows.
It's true.
No, I'm Drew.
Sorry, I did the Fog of War thing, so I'm just making sure I do this right. All right. Divot, you hold your scrimshaw skeleton bone hand out and begin to summon the shatter that you've shattered so many shadows before. And yeah, if are you guys? This is this moves you into the next phase. Is everybody good to go?
That's what it is. This is
It's
what
like
it
that
is.
last
This
save
is what's
point.
happening. That's all I
Everybody
can
safe?
think about.
Save.
Right before I give Brian a kiss on his snoot.
No.
You see, because I didn't put the right token in anyway, it's almost as if you look on him and he's still just the big, happy, wiggly boy, Brian. Even though now he's filled with this, like, immense power, he is still the boy that you've journeyed with so far. All right. Anything else?
Well, I just wanted to say before we hop into it, I have 15 hit points.
Oh.
Okay, so maybe
you.
Oh shit.
And I do, but let's be honest, I have 15 hit points.
All right, so I'm just holding this shatter between my hands, and Thoricus is over there like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're holding it. It's like preparing a spell. You've got to cast, and you can hang on to it for a bit. Do you guys want to heal up or do any of that fun stuff?
Yeah, I can toss a cure wounds in your directions, Thoricus.
I was looking to see if I had any kind of potions, and nope.
Oh shit! Yeah, I have a like dope potion.
Yeah, you have a greater
a dope
44 plus
shit.
4.
Potion.
A dope.
Yeah. So like,
Or was it a superior?
Like,
Let me double check.
hold that shatter with one hand and grab the vial out of my chest and throw it over to Thoricus.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
you're
so that was a
holding it.
superior. It's 8d4 plus 8.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I go? Can I make?
Just 84.
You see, Ubaru is. I feel like that would be disrespectful of me again. He is there, and he's kind of as he puts this staff, and you see the stairway that leads up to this doorway, and you're all kind of gathering for this moment. You hear him kind of from behind you, like,
There are many paths that one can take, many angers that we carry. You have all turned your suffering into a weapon. And rather than strike back with suffering of your own, you make a people laugh. And you fight for what you believe in. I am proud to have known you. And I am sorry the truth of my being was kept for so long. I assure you, I was always watching and rooting for the Five.
and he kind of leans back on the ground.
Holy crap, Thoricus. And thank you, Bubaru. You've been nothing but really kind to us and patient, and you've taught us a lot of stuff along the way. And thanks for being so chill, bruh.
Cha.
Cha! Cha.
And you see he kind of like leans back and he reaches behind himself and you're like, there's no way he could have been having that. And he pulls out his extravagant tea set that you guys have shared with him many times before. And even in this crazy dark dwelling domain, you see he's like,
But it is always time for a little tea. Here we go.
and he hands out his little tiny cups, that are super small and awkward to hold, but that you guys have shared several times before. And I am going to go ahead and say you guys get a short rest from this.
Damn. Uh-oh, I'm scared.
So if you have hit
I
dice
know,
you want to
yeah,
use, no time like the present, any abilities that are come back on short rest you get now.
Yeah, alright, cool. I just care about...
Ooh. Ooh. Not happy too. All right, so Divot, you're still kind of just like this magical shatter is just kind of floating around. You're like watching the arcane energy kind of trail about your fingers. You've become a much greater master of these energies as you feel the dark course of that acorn flow through your hand. You're just kind of like looking ahead at the windows and door before you, like surely this magic will separate it. And again, as you look down on the stone stairs before you, you can't help but like see another pair of stairs. That's why that was hard. Going up to the great, the kingdom of death himself. And as always, you feel that ever-present face, his haunting red skeleton floating before you, looming over you from the plane of death. This judgment that he's been doling out to both you and now Rial. But you feel that connection to his place here. This is a place of the power cosmic. This is a realm between the realms that has been pulled here through great magic by Achaeus and the many players that play along the way. His druid circle, the Fey Queens, and shadowy forces. So here you guys stand, in front of this doorway, the powerful healing of the tea of Ubaru washing over you. You see it restores him a little bit of health too. And he kind of sits forward and he's like,
It is strange knowing destiny lies 15 feet in that direction.
he kind of leans on his staff and he looks at you all.
What destiny will you write? What heroes will you be?
And he looks around at each of you.
Well, so let's go find out.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure I want to be a hero that has tea outside of Destiny. I just want to go have my destined tea. I appreciate you, Bubaru.
Oh,
And
snap, that was good. That was very good.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, and may you be well on all of your adventures if there's still a reality. Right? All right. Cool.
He's like the cycle, it repeats itself. For once, we try to stop it.
You see, he's just like, looks at you all. He looks at his fragile skin and body, withered and aged with time. At one point, this powerful archmagus, but withered over time, similarly to the body of Synthesis himself. You guys feel that calling from the other side. Divot, basically, you've got the big door knocker in your hand. You guys got anything else you want to do before you proceed?
Let's get in there.
Boom.
Let's get in them guts.
The ruby glass, illuminated with this powerful magics from inside, shatters at once at the presence of the sonic boom of Divot's shatter spell. You see the door itself is kicked open, and you see. Isn't this fun? This is why I rolled 20. But anyway, so this glass is shattering and flying through the sky. You see magical shards of various colors twiddling near the ground. You see a room with these giant, intricate patterns on the ground, and inside each of the pattern, almost a river of magic energy that flows. There's a giant altar in the center of the room that stands like a pyramid, almost like a small version of the one that sits atop the island itself. You see, it's surrounded by these by 8 magical orbs that are just illuminated in color all around it. On the far side of the room, you see another like a priest's altar standing near another drop back of these strange windows. One giant window that would mirror where the door was on the other side of the room. 3 of these magical windows on either side. You swear as you look through the far off windows, you can see the distant plains. One filled with fire, one ice, one water, one air. As if these windows themselves link to the very prime material planes that spill out from this one affixed location.
The singularity,
you hear Ubaru utter as you all blow through the door. And this is what you see. Before you, standing at the top of the central altar, is the druid Achaeus, no longer wearing the 6-eyed bear robe that he did when he was just like a normal druid of the woods. But now, but now you see him. You see his face, kind of withered by the harsh magics that he's seen through his connection to this strange Fey energy, having been magically transformed, Divot, by some mushrooms that you gave him, that led to the destruction of the Shattered Isles, draw about the silver rain, and brought this pure Fey energy into the realm of men to begin with. You see him standing at the very top, his eyes kind of glowing magically white. I'm just gonna make it big. That's how it is. You see him kind of standing there, his white flowing hair sitting back, his druidic robes hanging at his arms. But he stands right where the confluence of that magical swirling energy is. He's not that big. I'm sorry. He's like a dude. And then behind him, standing on the behind the priest's altar in the far back of the room, you see Rial as you saw him in the summer's court through your magical vision, the withered form of Rial Othravon, 2,000 years of age slathered on top of a face that perfectly matches yours. The other half of the fractionation ritual, the darkness that was left after all the goodness was removed from within him and instilled into you. Rial, you're the most dexterous. You kind of roll and land on the ground and stand up, locking eyes with Synthesis, who you see kind of looks over at you guys, not entirely surprised to see you. But here we go, dudes. I'm going to move you all in. Rial, I'm just going to step you forward. So Rial, you kind of come to roll before you. You see Achias looks down upon you. He's like, yes, I almost remember your names. It was the cosmic event, the magic. That was then I saw my lady, betwixt by her golden light. I must be with her again. You see Synthesis behind him, kind of like weaving at the thoughts in the back of his mind. Yes, we must bring her to this realm, seed the tree of power, and exterminate mankind. You see the trails of magic all kind of gathering around them, but Rial, you step forward. What do you do?
Okay, so if I could sneakily approach the altar, but I want to end up behind Synthesis, and I want to run the luck blade through him and me and use it to cast the wish.
Absolutely, excuse me?
You start with that? That's what you start with?
You start with that.
That's an initiative starter there. All right, Rial.
Oh.
Just one sec.
Oh my god.
Always hydrate, everybody.
Oh my god.
Don't forget to hydrate, guys. It's been a long night.
Need it.
I have half a joint left. What a ride. Rial, you look upon this visage of Synthesis, the elemental planes kind of mimicked in the mirrors behind him, the swirling magic both of the Feywild and the Shadowfell, familiar magics that you've now bathed in on several occasions, having been to both planes. You can't help but sense that tens of magic in the air. And you realize, by standing on the opposite side of this room from Synthesis, it is as if there were a mirror of its own, splitting the magical barrier within this room. You see the waters turn to green on your side, to aquamarine on his, as you stand as a grim reflection of each other. And you realize that in order to get to him, you need not step forward, but back. And just like you have so many times before, you just disappear. And suddenly you pop up on the back side of Synthesis, having retreated and stepping out of the window that stands behind him. His eyes, what? Snap over to the side as we hear the piercing blade stab through both you and he. Rial Othravon, Shadow Piercer. You cast Wish. What do you cast? What do you wish for?
It's a bit. I didn't think I'd ever get to say it, but here we go. I wish to reverse the fractionation spell cast upon Synthesis Othravon by the magics of Agatha Frogwort, and once again restore the goodness that was ruthlessly stripped away from him. In doing so, I hereby offer the memories made in my unnatural separate life and assimilate them with what still remains of Synthesis, the man himself, to purge the corruption that was forcibly cast upon him. My request is bolstered by the power of my friends. First, the unending bounties of Shantia, the Green Lady, channeled through the benevolent and ever-caring Tynna Smoothhands. Next, the unquestionable brotherly trust combined with the sheer force and power of the Raka, harnessed by my best friend, Blade Master, Thoricus Onyxheart. Then, the undying loyalty and the fiercely protective spirit of Brunner the Serpent, the Shadow Dragon Slayer, my oldest friend, and a born leader. And finally, of course, the unstoppable and irrepressible resilience of Divot the Lightning Dodger, the Death Dealer, and the inspiration he brings each and every one of us that is treated with us to his songs, his magics, or both. There will be no corrupted, no betrayer. I've lived a fulfilling and rewarding life as Riel Atharvan. A figment, a shard of another person. A person who perhaps deserves a second chance. If the fates and this wish do allow it, may our minds and lives unite and become one again. But for the better. May Sithis Atharvan remember the unrelenting torment he suffered at the hands of Urgon tirelessly for 7 long years. And contrast that to the life I've lived with the best of friends. And perhaps with the help of that life I've lived away from him, he can realize that he is able to stand up for himself and fight. May he also remember kindly his only friend. May he at least through this experience a glimpse of the free life that I was able to enjoy. That is my wish.
Hey, you got anything else you're gonna do on your turn, Riel?
That's it.
Yeah, a lot of dust in this room, right? It's the Weeman's vibe, right?
It's really dusty. Allergies are the worst right now.
You look down, Riel, at the blade that now connects you to this other version of yourself. The blood spilled down each side of the blade, meeting at a point in the middle. And in that middle point is the truth of what the spirit of you is. One soul split, divided into two. And though Sithis wished to use this ability to get rid of his guilt over his actions, to allow him to break this cycle at long last, you use it to instill him with hope. And you bring with you not only the spirit of Riel Atharvan, but the changed spirit of the life essence of the Riel that's gone on this journey. And so, not just the goodness removed from him, but an entire journey's worth of goodness instilled that you pass to him. As you see the last stone on the side of the blade disappears. And you all watch as these two spirits, once known as Sithis Atharvan and Riel Atharvan, begin to fuse into one being. That's probably still going to have Riel's token, because I didn't know this was going to happen. I'm sorry, guys. You see, the scream that fills the room is not the scream of Sithis as you may imagine, but instead a Caius who stands at the top of the pillar in the center of the room. Riel, your light begins to fuse with the darkness that is Sithis, and the two of you begin to form into a magic ritual and become one. Those of you that remain, you see a Caius begins drawing on the magic of the orbs around him. You see trapped in each one of them is part of the circle of his druids, a soul forever trapped in this magical orb that he's drawing magic from, attempting to bring something from somewhere else.
You start to smell the sweet cinnamon air of the Feywild. Your breath starts to breathe in the clouds of smoke of the Feywild, of the Shadowfell, and for a moment you feel like you are in not one place but three at the same time. You watch as the room around you separates into three parallel realities. That of the Shadowfell and that of the Feywild. But mirrored in each of these other realities are different figures. Brunor, to your surprise, in the center, at the top of the room in the Shadowfell stands the green-skinned, red-haired visage of your sister, Ulara. She seems strangely twisted by shadow. Her once piercing eyes now glow with a black haze as she peruses the same tome, the same altar, but in its mirror reflection in the Shadowfell. In the center of this room is the visage knocked out of Thoricus Onyxheart. This burning, malevolent spirit, Thoricus, the Blightbringer, his mirrored reality, given life through the Shadowfell, as this same ritual is being mimicked in this other place. You see, standing in the Feywild, at the top of the altar of its own, Queen Mab, her frozen purple and silver form standing over the altar, matching as each of them raise their arms. It happens in parallel in the other form. This conjunction of synthesis now removed from the equation. You see the power of either side of the equation growing stronger as the magics of Queen Mab withered over the books and the magic of Ulara over the dark tome of the Shadowfell start growing. In the center of the Feywild room, you see the golden outline of the lady herself, Titania, Queen of the Summer Court. So beautiful your mortal eyes cannot comprehend her beauty, and you see little more than a shimmering, glowing outline of gold charisma. It's awe-striking, and you see in the eyes of Achaeus as he stands in the altar that he, like so many fools before, has fallen in love and has gone to these great depths to bring his lady into the world, to bring the tree, as spoken, with her as a gift. You see the magic waves start waving into him. You see the transformation happening between Real and Synthesis in the back. What do you guys do?
Okay. I just kind of unceremoniously just see my sister and sprint over and dive over the altar she's at, and start choking her, and I'm straddling her, and I'm literally fucking choking her. I'll fucking kill her, and I just lose it.
You see, she's like, "Oh, my sister! Wait! I can't!" And you just start choking her out. Brunor, you dash through. You realize similarly to Rial, it's like you don't have to cross the physical space, but rather she is across the same room from you, but mirrored somewhere else. You kind of ignore the confluence of energy in the center of the room and sprint through this lens to the Feywild. Suddenly, as you sprint across the room, you pierce the other side of these blue orbs. And now you stand on the other side of the altar. You jump over. You see the gauntlet of power comes down and wraps around her neck. Brother! And you choke. You see Ulara's in your grip. What do you do?
I release and I say, you have literally 6 seconds to explain yourself.
You see... Jaw. I fell in love with the darkness, bro. I saw the power. And you see these little black wisps of smoke wither by the little altar in front of her. She waves her hand above it. Through my love. And you killed him. And you gave away our kingdom. And you let us all down, bro. There's a better way. when emotion is gone. And I shall bring you there, sister. And she puts her hand out, and you can kind of feel that it's like cold to the touch around you. And even though you're not underwater, it starts to feel like so many times before where you and her were together in the kingdom. And it's like in this moment you look down upon her and you see not the frail child that, you grew up with, but this twisted woman who has been manipulated by these dark magics through her husband, lover, Exonius. And she herself has given over to them.
Just like the others, right? Okay. Cool. Tight. Disintegrated. I'm gonna do it. My hands are at her throat. I'm gonna squeeze. I'm gonna say, no, you're not gonna do shit. I'm taking you down with me.
I fucking love you guys. All right. Do something crazy. Brunor, she reaches up to you. Sister, I will show you the darkness. I will show you the peace. And she kind of sets her hand to the side of your throat, and you just, your gauntleted hand grabs her by the throat. Now, I just want to make sure, because, it's been, we didn't touch on this for a little bit. It does a lot. So detonating this, the people nearby. Okay, so basically, Brunor, it's going to do something like 300 damage to you. And there is a 50% chance that you instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. We'll resolve that shortly. If you don't teleport away, you are going to take 16 times 20 charges. So at that point, I think we did the math on that earlier, and it's, again, 320 something. Don't worry, we'll get it right. Every other creature in the area must make a DC 17 saving throw up to 30 feet away. So 10, 20, 30. With where you're at, that would include this negative visage of Thoricus Onyxheart. So he would be subject to, if you want to. If you're not, you can push over, be on top of her, and not do that. So that's up to you.
I don't want to take anything away from Thoricus, because he didn't know. It was just like a new thing, right? And what if you don't have a chance to? All right, I'll fucking go for it for all.
All right, so you kind of mount over on this side of the thing, just detonate this back side. Again, you kind of look and you see these windows on the other side here, going to fanciful planes of existence you couldn't even imagine, and you kind of look through, you see the large circular city of Sigil, all the many doors that open to the many pockets of these universes and the many gods that oversee them. And for a brief moment, Brunor, it starts to seem like you can start seeing these cosmic entities looking through these glass windows, as if like you guys are getting the attention of the entire cosmos. The gods that oversee these realms are very interested in the going-ons. This is mirrored as well in both the center and the Feywild windows. You see peering eyes of celestial figures, the glowing forms of Titania. You see Mab standing before, weaving these dark magics by her lonesome. And Brunor, you detonate the Comet of Power. So, the first thing we gotta do is see if you survive or not.
Oh my god.
That's fun.
Yeah, do it.
So, as always, you can go low or high. I'm sorry, because now I know it's like if it's the other one, you'll feel bad. But that's it. That's how we do it around here. So either you have 1 through 50, or what is it, 50? What is it, 1 through 50, and then 51 through 100, right? Or is it 1 through 49 and then 50? We're gonna do that just for why not? 1 through 49.
I've been rolling so low with those. Like, I feel like I just want to go.
But yeah, like, aren't we jinxing it now? Like now
I know, right? But third time's a charm, maybe. I'm just gonna. What does the studio think? We barely get to let them. Higher love, studio. Hi.
I mean, Steph's immediately go high.
Yeah. It is WeeD&D, so I'm gonna go high.
Hell yeah.
All right, so Brunor, roll me 1d100.
Oh my god, I gotta do it! Oh my god, okay. Alright, you know, it's fine.
50
I'm
or
gonna close
above.
my eyes.
Brunor,
Okay.
you take 320 damage.
Hold on.
Laura, who is in the exact same location, does as well. You feel your metal gauntlet wrapped around her throat as she looks at you. You know, for a moment you can see that twinned reflection of each other in your own eyes. You know, your green hair juxtaposed to her red as you both look upon what could have perhaps been one happy child, if not blighted by the mad ambitions of these strange sorcerers. You detonate the glove. And you hear a tremendous cry escape the mouth of Brian the Dracodile as he watches this detonation that destroys the altar where the two of you stand and shatters the windows behind you. Suddenly you all start seeing these little fingertips peeling in through the window. You know, some scales, some little tendrils, all these strange creatures from across these various planes start piercing through this veil, this point that has allowed them through, the singularity. You see, they all start dreading forward as the explosion clears, and Brunor, the pieces of you are scattered amongst the realm of shadows. And as you watch the mortal bodies of both you and your sister fly away, so too do you see the twisted life that was led between you torn asunder, and nothing but the spectral energies of both you and she remain. Divot, you kind of look over, and you feel that red mask go across your face. You see the stone staircase. You look up, and you see the figure of death, his cracking bones standing up. He reaches his red skeletal hand down to you. Come, Divot. It is time. You see the stairs retreat to your feet, Divot. What do you do?
Time. I think about time. I remember that time that I smashed that thing that told time. And I remember that time that I did that thing that broke time. And I'm running out of time. But the funny thing about time is that it doesn't exist. And I just look at all this crazy shit that's going on with everybody. And I just moonwalk backwards out towards the stairs that death is at. I just saw Brunor get blown up. I know that technically I should probably kill Riel again, because he's Sisyphus and I'm supposed to fucking kill Sisyphus, but I just can't kill Riel again, and there's too much unfinished business. I can't handle it. I'm just gonna woo.
As you ascend the steps, you see him. He's like, your mission is complete. Sisyphus the Deceiver exists no more. What is to come?
Thank God.
Your contract is paid. You see, he hears cracking bones as he gestures his hand over to the throne of death. Will you take the mantle and let me rest at long last? You see a skeleton body kind of withering over, and you hear the creaking of the bones as if it's taking all of his spirit to bring about this moment and have you here. What do you do?
Yo, all right. I grab his hand, Predator style, bring him in real close, pump every bardic inspiration I have into him, and I'm like, get some rest, King. And then I dance up to the throne sit down and I'm like,
puff the cloak, sit down. It feels cold to the touch, the stone, but as you connect to it, you start to connect to that cosmic conduit, Divot. Your service to him nearly complete, although strangely you still see the energy of Rial and Synthesis kind of fusing into whatever form is to be revealed. But you prepare yourself for what is to come. You look upon the mortal bodies, the pieces of Brunor that have been blown about the room, but you see the spirit of the person that remains there. You see the longing of a brother and a sister, that bonded over a pair of painful parents, and who, though went down very different paths, found each other in the end, and did bring an end to each other's suffering. You see those two twin lights. This one creature split asunder, torn into two worlds, one corrupted by shadow, one instilled with light. You watch the two spirits fuse into one. Brunor, you kind of come to wits as the creation of the two beings. You feel the memories of both you and your sister present in your body at the same time. You feel some of her memories, some of your own. But the spirit of life that was to be created and led along its own journey is now once again whole. You look over and you see the staircase that leads up to this cold stone throne of death that's sitting on those stairs. Is Divot, the death dealer.
Hey!
Bruno, I would offer you your life back, but I feel like you knew what you did.
Oh, yeah. Listen, brother, I knew that there was no way that she was going to be able to be stopped by anybody but myself. She's so manipulative, and she was just the most evil thing in the evilest parts of me. And so I knew I had to do anything to just take her out. I needed to make sure everyone else was safe,
Well, if she was as evil as you are good, I'm sure she was real bad.
Real bad.
I'm gonna draw some squares.
I also, just felt like if I was gonna say goodbye, I did every single time we, hung out and did cool shit, right? You guys are just they're gonna remember all the cool shit that I did, and plus, I'm a cool ghost now, or whatever. So, who knows? Maybe they'll see me in the sparkle of a baby's eye.
Cha.
Cha. They'll see me in the cha of the ocean's waves.
Bruno,
Yeah,
just remember, time doesn't exist. Everything that's happened, you can go back and revisit it.
That tracks.
As you share that pearl of wisdom, we reflect back down to the plane of men. Brian's still looking on in terror as this light or this explosion has eviscerated Brunor and her sister before you. The looming frame of this outline of a vicious Thoricus to the west in the plane of shadow, which now ripples as its altar has been broken and the realities don't quite mesh the same way. You see the magics that are bringing these three places together. Go ahead.
Brian and I had a life pact. He has to eat my pieces.
You see, as bummed as he is that you're gone, he's like, when we made that deal, I was it's like, I wouldn't be ashamed to let it go to waste. You see, he flies forward, just piercing the magic realm between these two rooms as well. And you see him he's like, no, and he starts with a very little piece, probably mostly your sister, not a ton of Brunor at first. But he lets himself get a little carried away, whatever the soup is around. He's not a soup witch. Or what was it? Soup doctor? Soup doctor?
Soup doctor? Yeah.
It's not a soup doctor.
Doctor.
But yeah, as part of your pact with Brian, you see as he begins devouring what remains of your physical form.
Yeah, and he can even wear my shield.
You see his, you know, the
still
maiden's
there.
board itself. He crests upon his back between his wings. Go ahead.
Is that if it's even still there? It's
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the maiden's board. That magic, you know, +2 shields are hard to destroy, but it does detonate, and it's been cast aside. He kind of picks it up as he comes toward you and shoulders it across his back. This strange crocodile-like Dracodile with this magic maiden's board slung on his back, paying homage to this friend and ally that he'd made a promise to, and he's absolutely like mourning in his way. But Tynna, Thoricus, you guys stand there and you kind of seeing this unfold before you. Rial still stuck halfway in transformation between him and Synthesis. The explosion of Brunor and Ulara, the spinning magics to both east and west. Achaeus in the center. What do you do?
Well, there's a lot going on right now. I think the old man and the baby, the right amount of balance of what the fuck's going on, and what the fuck is going on?
You look to either side. You know, the very few details to be had. Ubaru, you know, behind you, still pretty far away. Achaeus looks down. He's like, "It is my destiny to bring the tree and the lady into this realm. You all have had your chance. The Fae offer power and grace. As long as we obey, I will give myself if that's what it takes."
While
You see,
he's monologuing, I cast banishment on him.
Tynna, you don't even run. You just walk up. You know, it's like you ascend to the staircase, and he's like, "I will and I'll abscond and give you the." You put your hand on him. He does get to make saving throw, charisma save. Boom.
No, he's only there in this other plane for a minute.
A 2!
Oh.
All right, Tynna, you're like, "Psh, you ain't gonna do nothing." Psh, and you slap him real quick. And okay, so Achaeus is from this realm, so you got a minute. You see Achaeus disappears from the picture and is banished away by your magic. He's like, "And I will give myself to the..." "Wait, what are you..." "Oh, and disappears. You're standing on top of this altar, Tynna. You look down at the transforming figure of Synthesis and Rial kind of fusing together. You're standing in the center of this large orb of magic around you. You kind of peer through one of the back windows, and you swear you see the eyes of the lady peering through, the bounty of her light and magic filling you at this point where you stand at the center between this singularity, between the Feywild, the plane of men, and the Shadowfell. What do you do?
What do I do? That is the question.
Achaeus is gone. You have a minute. I mean, at this point, it's like you can, lethal weapon this and be like, "What the fuck are we doing?" It's fine. You have a minute though, so Achaeus is going.
Thoricus, beat up the Nega Thoricus, and then we can take on Achaeus together.
I'm getting too old for this shit. But all right.
You son of a bitch. You did it.
I mean, that sounds good to me. Let's get back to the roots. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this is crazy.
Oh yeah, well that's what we do. We do something crazy. So come on, Negathoricus. Let's fucking go, bro. I don't know if I can get over there, but there we go.
Similarly to the others before you, it's like as you start to move through this room, you shift into the reality of the Shadowfell. Thoricus, you can't help but see in the white pits of his eyes the sea of graves, the mass destruction laid at the hands of in this realm of the shadows. This copy of you attempting to be brought into reality right now. This strange
what reality could have been known for this being of darkness? Similarly as synthesis to Rial, there seems to be a separation between the nobility, the leadership, and then the tenacity, the anger that exists between the mirror of you two. You can't help but look up at this reflection of yourself and sense that at times you yourself have given in to these qualities of anger and hatred, and you've felled many men in your journeys along the way. Your own blade has brought the end of many lives, not all of them the most wicked of men. And so, whereas with the others, as the sense of battle is upon you, you see this being turns and looks at you with cold eyes. I am you, brother. I am your darkness. I am your despair. I could have saved you, but I was trapped within. Join me. Join me, brother. And you see sticks out his, thick dwarven hands. They reach out to you, similarly almost mirroring the handshake of death and Divot. You see he offers it down to you.
There's a small problem with that, you see. My baby girl sent me here to whoop your ass, so I'm gonna keep my promise and whoop your ass. She's counting on me. They all are. So you can go and fuck yourself.
You see this withering ghost as you, kind of step back and place yourself in between, you and this orb of magic. You just kind of put yourself in front of him, declining his hand as you bat it away. And you see this wisping spirit floating around. It's the same spirit that you saw before your time in the shadowy portal, the kind of ghostly visage of Beckus Grumblehelm. You see his tortured soul kind of floating around like an orb around this outline of your negative form. It is this twisted ghost of Beckus cast aside from this failed fractionation ritual that has been truly cursed. Whereas, the Blightbringer has been trapped inside your body. This spirit has had to roam the realms of the Shadowfell for what feels like eternities. You see the ghost of Beckus flies around the backside, and you see him kind of lock eyes with you. It could have been you. You could have killed them. You see he looks over at the fusing orb of synthesis. You could have ended the cycle. But you are weak. And that is why I brought you here. You see this ghost reaches out and touches your arm, Thoricus, and then he touches the shadow. And you feel your spirit start to be pulled into it. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. This is a big one.
Oh, wait. Well, I hit Constitution, right?
Yeah, nice.
Because the other one would have sucked a lot.
All right, Thoricus, you kind of just with your force of will, the burning, fiery wings of the rock start raging off your back. You deflect this attempt to kind of fuse the two of your spirit through this ritual with Beckus Grumblehelm's tortured soul. You bat the hands of this ghost away from you. What do you do?
Well, I assume whoever the person playing Negathoricus is probably my brother, Andrew, who sucks.
Guy's the worst.
So, he's the fucking worst. Seriously, fuck that guy. Well, gosh. I came in here to do a job, like I said. I mean, baby girl wants me to do some work, so I'm just gonna get at it. I'm just gonna throw the whole fucking shebang-a-bang at him. I don't know if it's like fight stuff.
Yeah.
Or what?
No, I love it.
Oh god, I think I hit it way too many times.
I got you. All right, Thoricus. Who are you attacking? Are you attacking Negathoricus or are you attacking the ghost?
Oh, man. I don't like people calling me weak. But that's the ghost of Beckus Grumblehelm, who brought me here for a reason, so maybe I'll leave him around to see what happens, and I'll just kick this old negative ass in the ass.
All right, you lay your axe. You lay your axe into this visage in front of you, and you see it. At first, it looks like it's about to react and start fighting you back. But as your axe begins to fell, it just stops and allows you to hack into it. What am I but darkness? I was never truly born. I have existed here and will exist here forever. Kill me if you will, Stone Reaver. I'm still you. Your darkness will overtake you. And as you slash through, you see his body disappears. And Thoricus, you feel that swelling black magic starts burning in your eyes. As Thoricus the Blightbringer, the creature of the Shadowfell, feller of millions, the sea of gravestones created in his wake, suddenly starts to turn from your form. Rial, you and Synthesis' merge is finally complete. The creature no longer Rial, no longer Synthesis, but the midway point in between. And you are aware of his cosmic knowledge. Separated his mind from yours for so long, but now you sit in your own mind, and it's like being in the books of your homeland, reading the great libraries, watching as each one of these books fills out its writings in your own mind as a great library is unlocked within yourself. You see Synthesis, Othravon, a young man, traveling with 4 of his heroes across the lands. Great adventures, cosmic deeds, and shadows slighted. A world cosmic event began occurring. They went to intercede. They did not succeed and were wiped out. You watch as again Synthesis Othravon reawakes in another timeline and begins the cycle once more, learning each time that he goes through this cycle a deeper and deeper truth. The reality, chance, connection. These feelings that he didn't understand enough. So he separated himself and created a being capable of feeling and experiencing these emotions that so eluded his twisted soul. You watch as Synthesis Othravon went through cycle after cycle after cycle. And finally, he paired with the Circle of Archmagi. Drawing from the power of the Tier of the Primordials, they used the knowledge of Eternus to break the timeline, to fractionate it from itself, to create you all and send you on your journeys. It was this change in the timeline that would allow the moment now that never could be before, where the White Lady stands at the altar in the Temple of Eternus, the benevolent light filling Tynna Smoothhands begins to burn. And you see the piercing light of the ritual cast around the orbs of magic, Tynna, as your skin begins to shift to not your own. And you start to burn away as this gold cosmic radiance washes over you. And Tynna, you see as the hand of the the green lady herself begins to reach through the window, it is pushed away by a stronger magic. The queen herself, Titania, appears out of your own form and grows tremendously tall. 20 feet, her light shines even through the Shadowfell and the Feywild itself. You see, this moment was what she truly wanted. To seed the seed of life and bring the mana tree through the connected magics of these confluence of heroes that shouldn't even exist. And for a moment, she thinks she succeeds. as the piercing strength of Tynna Smoothhands pulls herself out of this confluence of light. And Tynna, you are cast beside the altar nearest Rial, as you see him look at you with this cosmic wisdom. You look upon the glowing lady. You look upon the burning man, as Thoricus, the Blightbringer, appears into the Dominion. And you watch as a steely, cold knife pierces through the chest of Titania, queen of the summer court. And the icy, cold blade of Queen Mab twists in her stomach. You see the cosmic glowing creature's face twist in pain. You see the demonic axe of Thoricus, the Blightbringer, as you lay eyes on your target. You begin running towards Sithysis and Rial. You jump in the air, your axe prepared to bear into the chest of Sithysis. As Tynna stands glowing in cosmic light, Brunor is nowhere to be found, and you see Divot standing atop the throne of death, glowing with green energy, just like the painting of the child, Esmeralda. And though this may be the end of the journey of the five, the world of Everendell would be forever changed. As Queen Mab captured the tears of her sister and combined them with the strength of the tear of the primordials given to them by the Ferocious Five, she fractionated the world, splitting Everendell to one side, leaving it the hollow domain of the tortured souls that remain, and creating the world of Ganjaria on the other side, of immense Fey magical powers. And we will tell the many tales of that world at another time. But for now, as the fates play out, and each of the spirits that had to sacrifice themselves for the great final battle that ends just as it always should and always will, and the forces of darkness are driven away, we see a new world born. And looking down upon it from the tall staircase of death himself sits Divot the Death Dealer. His 4 friends and allies gather around him. What do you guys do?
Smoke a blunt.
I'm for that.
Divot, you notice one of the main things of this amazing new world is this powerful magical plant that grows, watered by the weave, the source of magic itself in this Feywild wilderness that I cannot wait to explore with my friends. You summon a magical gathering of this Ganjaria plant, the source of magic in this new world. You roll up a fatty, and you all gather around in a realm of infinite possibility. And what the end of each of your stories may be, perhaps will be told in the legends of this new world. But the story you did tell was one of connection and strength and overcoming destiny and sorrow to fill the world with laughter and light. And so, like we do so many times before, let's go. Lighters up.
Lighters.
Lighters.
Lighters. Lighters up. Lighter. Household pets. You all float around. You feel the magical smoke, this wave of energy. Each of you, Tynna, you hear the soft words of Shantia, of Martha ushered in your ears. It's going to be okay, dear. It always is. Just keep hearth in your heart, and you shall be the seed of the new light. You all look around, seeing these two realities split across the void in front of you, but here you stand one more time What do you got?
I'm just trying not to ugly cry right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, get out with your friends. It's gonna be all laughs. It's fucking.
There's nothing wrong with a moment of silence when you're with the people that matter the most. Sometimes the silence speaks louder than words.
I'm still just a little jacked up on Dragon Dong.
They will do that. I've done the research.
All right, give me a Josh check with advantage, please.
Hmm.
Good thing you had advantage, huh?
Oh.
Get blocked.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yes, this is amazing. Hold on. I'm taking it. I'm taking that as the advantage roll. And Brunor, as you have so many times before, you sit around and you instigate a state of Josh. Go for it, girl.
Okay. So, this is we're passing the blunt around, and I'm like, I keep trying to start it, but I'm coughing too much. I'm like, and everyone's just talking and like, kind of like decompressing and going like, okay, cool. Well, you know, it's great. And I'm just like trying to go like, what could just, guys, for me, right?
Like for me.
For carriage. All right, and I'm like trying to josh when I'm coughing too much. That's my one joshing.
And as you guys josh about and the spirits fall upon you, each of you, you know, with your last moment of this shared experience, surely what's to come will be truly strange for not only you, but these fractionated worlds. You see as Queen Mab consolidates herself and transports herself over to this strange plane dripping with magic and strange creatures and distant magical things and places. And seriously, there's a lot of really cool shit there. We kind of zoom out here on the group as the Ferocious Five, through it all, even after everything, close it out with a blunt and a Josh. I mean, right? Come on.
How could you not?
Right.
You know what?
you
I'm
not?
calling it. Holy shit, guys. That... Is that what the end of a D&D campaign feels like?
Sucks.
What am I supposed to do with my life now?
What do I do on Tuesday? What do I do? What do I do? Oh, guys. What the heck? Oh, man. Okay. I will acknowledge I cried probably a few times there. I'm sorry about that. Maybe we're a very emotional bunch. This has been a tremendous experience for us. I know I'm speaking for all of us, obviously, but we're all here to say it. But this thing has meant the world. We do hope, you know, you had some fun, had some laughs, maybe had a tear or two along the ride. And we hope you enjoyed this little magical journey. Now, one of our biggest enemies through this whole process has been internet, and it's stealing our friends' voices and frames and stuff. And that's one of the best parts about bringing these motherfuckers into the studio and playing in here, where we can only freeze in place if we want to.
Wait, what are you guys doing?
Oh my god, friends! My favorite people in the entire world. I just have to take a special thank you guys so much to these amazing players. These human beings are some of my favorite people in the world. Stephanie, Sean, Isaac, who's helped forge this thing with us in the beginning, Vlad, Sandy, Bob Graytrix, who animated the wizard at the end, that our little sign out thing. It's like Joe Hammond, who built this table that I'm sitting at. My father, who helped us build this very building that we sit in now. And even though he has no idea what D&D is, he has supported me, and it is really pulling for us
and
to.
You, our spirit that brought us together, and that spends so much time like putting these things together. So you're incredible. Thank you so much for everything.
Absolutely.
Guys, it is. I was not a DM, I would say, when we started this, and I will forever be one because of this. I highly encourage everybody to just find some people and play this fucking game. And it's not going to be like this, and it's not going to have. It's going to be it'll be its own thing, and it'll be your thing, and that's really what I wanted. This. I just wanted you guys to know that it's like, hey, it's cool to just do this, like have a little fun with your friends, tell a compelling story with beautiful characters and lessons to be learned, and when it's time, move on and forge a new adventure. So I'm so looking forward to what's to come, guys. I absolutely love everything about this project, and it has been one of the greatest pleasures of my life to work on this and help build this thing with you guys. And the journey that we've had together as people through one of the hardest times in my life. So you guys are my rocks. I fucking love you so much. Thank you. I know I bought some of you guys coffee like 19 months ago, and now you've been playing D&D with me every Tuesday for, almost 2 years. So thank you. I can't say enough about these guys as human beings and performers. Anything that they do, check it out. Like we don't do a lot of like, check me out on this or that, but every single one of these people is worth following in whatever they do, because everything these fuckers do is amazing. And it's fucking, this is the reason when I picked 5, I picked these 5. So I fucking love you guys. Thank you for all this. What is there's art, there's music and friendship. Wait, it was about friendship and smoking weed all along? It always had been. All right, guys. We're gonna do a little decompress. I might meet with people. Give me a little time here. I'm emotional right now. I just want to tell my friends how much I love them. We love you, buds. Thank you. I can't honestly, all the support that we've received just in this time, it fills me with joy. This is going to be so amazing. We will have some fun stuff coming, obviously, because we're just crazy people and we can't stop doing this. So, but keep an eye out. We're going to be rolling into the world of Ganjaria, a campaign setting of my own device where magic comes from this plant in the Feywild, ganja. We will pick it up there next time, I think, guys. So, you guys got anything? You guys got any stuff?
I love you guys.
You guys so much. So much love.
I just need to ugly cry. I gotta get it out.
I don't want to end crying.
I wasn't supposed to be recording this, right?
He's like clipping it. He's like, look at these fools crying.
It's crying. Nice
Everybody
emotions,
who's crying
bro.
is getting pinched.
No. All right.
All right.
We'll take
Love
it.
you guys. I love the buds. I love the community. Thanks to everyone who was involved in any way, shape, or form. It's been the best thing. Yes. Wow. Meow.
Good cat. Wow.
Wow.
Thank you, Owen Wilson,
Yep.
for giving us your
The
wow.
whole time. It was just
What a
kind
good
of.
sport.
R.I.P. Nate Dogg. Thank you for your audio.
Thank you,
Just what you did for me personally.
Big Water, for
yeah.
eventually sponsoring us like
Yeah.
later.
They'll come around.
It's coming. I mean, it can't. How could it not?
Thank you, Mila Jovovich,
Yes.
Yes.
for being an early
Danica
joke.
Thank you,
Danica
Dick Van
Patrick.
Dyke.
Thank you,
Dick
Dick Van
Van
Dyke. Dungeons and Dragons and Dick
And Dick Van Dyke.
Van Dyke. Yeah, thank you,
thanks,
Stone
Lord.
Cold. What was it? Cold Stone Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I feel like should get some credit for his inspiration.
Well, and if
Boxel?
we're going there, we might as well go Tony Hawk, too.
Tony,
Hawk.
Tuna Hawk.
For the Tuna Hawk.
Great.
Family
And
Feud.
Tanya Hawkins, who is probably a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then let's give it up for choosing a BBEG with when you have a lisp whose name is Synthesis.
Yeah.
Let's give it up for that. Let's not forget
Shouts
that.
out.
Give it up for Nicole for doing the behind the green.
Nicole Auger,
Yeah.
Who behind the green?
Queen of Behind the Greens. We love our Hufflepuff Chipmunk. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to
Give it up for the freaking buds.
For the buds,
Yeah.
guys. Seriously, this is it's a fun. Yeah, we love doing this. It is.
Fun.
It takes an effort to make this thing happen, and literally, it's you guys that give us that fire to make this thing happen. Like the messages we read throughout the week were the wind in the sails of everything that happened that you guys got to share with us. So I call it a little piece of magic, and I'm not kidding. Like it's this weird fusion between a bunch of people at a bunch of places doing a bunch of things and finding out that we all have this weird stuff in common or connect as human beings. And that's the fucking magic of this game. That's the real magic that exists, that you can touch. That's your own mana. Like that's the stuff that's real. And these connections, just like these 5 adventurers who just went through, an arduous journey together, those connections help you get through your own. So play D&D, be yourself, love yourself, come hang out with these people. Like come hang seriously with the buds. It's fucking great for you. And thank you for those of you. I know we went long, so it's like it's just, it means the world to us that you were even here. So we will see you guys very soon. We do have a little ritual that we like to do around here. Maybe you heard about it, maybe you haven't. We like to take a lighter like this tiny red one. Where'd the yellow one go? It got fractionated. Make sure we're not gonna light any of our friends, family, or fractionated household fractionations and go fractionate. I'm kidding. Lighters up.
Lighters up.
Lighters up.
Buds.
Lighters up, guys.
Ferocious Five. Thanks for playing D&D with us. Ow! This bull's dead. I have to hit the other one. This is exactly what I thought this moment would be like.
The real was the friends we smoked along the way.
Hashtag be cool as fuck. And have fun.
Real.
Hashtag.